There is a lot that is wrong with the world, and it's important to put a number to it. We are often suspicious of numbers. They confuse us, and when they are big, they become abstractions that our brains are not designed to fathom. And yet, if we want the whole truth and not just a glimpse of it, we need numbers. I may feel that gender and caste are India's biggest problems, and you may feel that, hey, they're not so bad. But the only legit way for us to try and convince each other is through numbers. My anecdote versus your anecdote gets us nowhere. And no one knows this better than my guest on this episode, who shed light on important questions and important arguments about caste and gender. Her work means that we cannot deny the problem exists, and we can use her data to tackle these problems better. If things are wrong and you want to set them right, you need the right numbers.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Ashwini Deshpande, the only economist in the world to have been on an Amul hoarding. Ashwini was born to a remarkable family. You could make multiple web series on her Azobas and Ajis, grandparents who tried to reform society and led by example. Her dad was a famous playwright and academic, G.P. Deshpande, and her mom was a well-known women's rights activist. Ashwini could have been a vocalist or a sitar player or a writer, but she took one for the team, by which I mean all of us, and became an economist. She spent decades doing path-breaking work in caste and gender, among other subjects. She's a professor at the Ashoka University and lifetime president of the global Lata Mangeshkar fan club. Okay, fine. I made that last line up, but it's plausible, as you'll find out. We met a week before this recording at a conference in Goa, where she both sang Madan Mohan songs as well as gave a presentation on her academic work that blew us away. This conversation also contains multitudes, and I'd urge you to see it as part of a larger interconnected conversation I've had on these subjects with various other guests. In fact, the episode I released 2 weeks ago with the great Dalit scholar and activist Chandrabhan Prasad was actually recorded after this one, but there are threads that intermingle. Anyway, recording this was a blast, so listen in. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150 and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Ashwini, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. It's so fabulous to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure it is also fabulous to be here. And, so we've been talking about this for a long time, and there's also excitement that I get in my DMs from Twitter, ki when is it out? And I'm like, we haven't even recorded yet, because I posted this video of you singing this beautiful song, I think by Madan Mohan, at this conference we were at. And there has been so much enthusiasm. People have got in touch asking about commercial possibilities and so on and so forth, concerts. And I have been like, at the Royal Alfred Hall, for example. And I have been like, theek hai, I'm her agent. I will take 80% commission, and I'm game with it. So we can discuss.
By Alfred, you mean Albert, obviously?
No, I deliberately said Alfred because यही होता है ना, इंडिया में कोई satire नहीं समझता.
अच्छा, ओहो.
अभी आप fact checking पे लग गई.
नहीं, सच्ची, sorry. I'm going to keep my teacher hat aside and...
No, I will ask you in this episode also to put the teacher hat on, because at the conference where we were, you gave this excellent talk where I learned so much. I read your book also, which was delightful, and a whole bunch of articles, not all of which are to do with your field of study. So that was sort of great fun. I want to go back to sort of talking about your childhood. There's a delightful piece in your book on caste where right at the start you speak about your paternal grandparents, Ashatai and Purushottam Narar Deshpande. And I found that really interesting and I want to dig deeper into that. So tell me a little bit about, your memories of them and, what were they like and so on.
Well, they were absolutely remarkable individuals, and actually their love story, and true, I mean, I'm using the word correctly in the sense that there was a love marriage back in the day. Their love story should be actually made into a movie or something. So my paternal grandfather, who we used to call Anna, Azoba is in Marathi, it's called, his grandfather. So Anna Azoba, and then as we became older, we just called him Anna because everybody in the village called him Anna. Anna's father settled in this small town village called Rahmatpur, which is in Satara district of Western Maharashtra. So it's, I don't know, about 200 or odd kilometers from Pune. And it's, I mean, I'm obviously very fond of it, but otherwise it's pretty nondescript small town. It has a very interesting name and it has a very interesting location. Anyway, by the time I was born, my grandparents were staying there. And till I was 25 years old, every single summer vacation, we used to spend in Maharashtra. And of that 2-month period, the biggest chunk of time was in Rahmatpur, where my grandparents were there, my parents, of course, my father's siblings. Over the years, they got married, they had children, then as their families expanded. So basically, it was a large extended family gathering in Rahmatpur. And I, of course, adored my grandparents, and I got a sense that they were special as a child. But it was partly a sense that, children feel for their grandparents because you always think that your parent or your grandparent is the best one in the world and so on. But through my years, through my growing up years, I started getting glimpses into how special they were. And it's my lasting regret that I never actually one-on-one really talked to them about their lives. Now I'm piecing it together through things that other people have written. And let me tell you, since I mentioned about their love story. So basically, my grandfather was a medical doctor and he was active in the freedom movement. And he got married and gave birth to 2 sons, my father and another brother, my chacha. And during the 3rd childbirth, either exactly during childbirth or shortly after, the 3rd child died and his wife died. So basically, he was a widower with 2 young boys, 2 very small boys, and active medical professional, but also active in the politics, in the anti-British political struggle of the time. And in one of these conventions, he met this young woman, about 14 or so years younger than him, and very highly educated, for remarkable for that time, city bred. She was from Sangli, and she was the daughter of this very well-known playwright called Khadilkar. It's a very culturally very important family in Maharashtra. So she was Khadilkar. She was Sindhu Khadilkar, as it happened, and she saw this handsome, slightly older man, and she fell in love. And she proposed marriage to him.
Wow.
And she said, I want to marry you. So he said, absolutely not. We are not a match. Our circumstances are not matched. And your parents will never agree. I will not agree because I don't want to put you through this situation where you have to take care of 2 children already. And she said, no, absolutely. I'm not going to get married. But if I get married, it will be only to you. And so she persisted. And then my grandfather said, okay, the condition under which, if at all we marry, which first of all is not going to happen, but if that happens, you have to tell your parents everything truthfully about my condition and that I have not asked you to marry me, And she must have said yes. So I'm not exactly sure what she said. But basically one day she landed up in Rahmatpur, all the way from Sangli into this small village. And she being a city-bred, intelligent, highly educated woman. And by that time, my grandfather was there with his 2 sons. His father, who by then had been paralyzed with a stroke. So he lived in a completely paralyzed state for 12 years. So there was a paralyzed father, there were 2 sons, and there was a bua, some aunt of my dadaji, who was a child widow. And she was she lived with him basically, with them, and acid tongue, and just, very cutting, but, old style widow with haircut and all the rest of it. So that was the house. And my grandmother said, I'll take it. I want this. I want you, basically. And they married. And that must have been, I think, 1940 or 42. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe 42, 41 or 42. And then she gave birth to 3 children who are, my parents' stepchildren. But for the longest time, I didn't know that she was my father's stepmother. And because she was highly progressive, she never discriminated between her own born children and the 2 earlier children. She never discriminated between the grandchildren. So my father was the eldest in his generation, and I'm his oldest daughter. So I'm the eldest in the cousin's generation. And from my grandmother's point of view, I was the oldest grandchild, and so therefore the most loved. By the time the other grandchildren came along, I was there. And it was years later that I discovered that Sagi Dadi nahi or whatever. I mean, of course, it made no sense because I used to call her Motiai, which means elder mother. So that's how she was. And they were, both of them, Anna and Motiai, were remarkably progressive. So one of the things I remember very clearly is that they had taken a position that we will not attend any wedding in which dowry is exchanged. And I remember once my bua's closest friend, who was almost like a bua, I used to call her bua, and she was always in and out of our house in Rahmatpur. So she was going to get married, and obviously dowry was going to be exchanged at that wedding. And for Anna and Motiai to not go to that wedding is almost like them not going to their own daughter's wedding, but they didn't go. Because it was a principal stand that we have not exchanged dowry, nobody in our family has exchanged dowry, and we will not go to a wedding where dowry has been exchanged. And my grandmother, after she moved to this small town, in the front part of the house, she established a library. The first ever library in Rahmatpur. She called it the Hind Vachanalaya. Vachanalaya is library. Hind is Hindustan, India. And I remember it because it was in the, our house was like that vada, the old style vada with the central courtyard. So you enter, then there is a room at the front and there's a room at the top, and then you enter into a courtyard, and the rest of the house is basically surrounding the courtyard. It's that old style, lovely house. And the front, so on the ground floor was my grandfather's clinic, where he would just get up in the morning, have breakfast, shower, and then go there. And the whole day he would, and just come back for lunch, again go out. And on the first floor, above my grandfather's clinic, was the Hind Vachanalaya, a library that my grandmother built. I mean, assembled, not built as in not building the building, but basically got books together. And she would go from house to house, encouraging women and children particularly to come there and read and to borrow books. And she could cook, obviously, because all women, there was no choice. You had to learn to cook and housekeep, etc. But she had made it very clear that cooking and housekeeping were not going to be her foremost occupations. So she was politically active. She was socially active. And I remember going with her to people's homes and her giving this little, okay, so what have you read? Tell me, what did you like about that story? Do you want to, it's been a long time that you've been sitting on this book. Why haven't you finished it, etc.? And because I came from a family where books were read as that was a default. It was amazing for me to see this. And she was 4 feet 10 inches, so very short, diminutive woman with a very sweet, thin voice, getting the breakfast and all done, and then just leaving the house and going from house to house. And that time I remember walking very far away, on the outskirts of the village. And I would say, oh, is this Rahmatpur still? Are we still in Rahmatpur? Because this is really far. So she said, no, this is also Rahmatpur. And we would go to this hamlet, which was very poor, markedly poor than obviously where we lived and from the rest of Rahmatpur. And somehow I never asked her what it was, but she would go into each home, just like she used to go into other homes. And also encourage them, and also ask them to come to our home and enter the house. And, and every time they came, she would give them something, etc. The significance of all that escaped me. I had no idea. I just thought that they were just poorer than some others. It was only after she had passed away and when I started working on caste that the penny dropped. And I suddenly realized that what we had been going to was a Dalit Basti, which was on the outskirts. And the act of going into their homes and the act of her inviting them into our home, inside the house, including in the kitchen, giving them food, was a very quiet but extremely revolutionary act, the significance of which I never understood. So they were much like my parents. They never preached or they never said, oh, look, this is what we are doing and this is the right thing to do and this is what you must do, etc. None of that. But how actions leave a sort of impact even, and it lasts for years after they've gone. And every now and then suddenly a memory strikes me of something that she used to do or my grandfather used to do. And I would say, oh, this is what they were doing, But as a kid, I didn't know it. I had no idea at that time that this is what we were doing, with her.
Such a beautiful resonance story. And the line, "This is also Rahmatpur," would be such a lovely title for a story or a book or whatever. And I'm also just very struck by that image of medical clinic in the ground floor and then a library just above that. It's like you have medicine for the body and medicine for the soul, and they're both kind of there. So here's sort of, I have a few related questions to, just this. And the first of them is this, that you mention about how you never realized it at the time, that the penny dropped much later. And one theme that I have sometimes brought up on my shows as well, is do we talk to elder people from our family, whether it's our parents or grandparents, enough? Or are we trapped within the bounds of whatever the relationship has been laid out as, where somebody is, like fathers and sons will typically never really talk or exchange emotional content, or we won't really talk to our grandfathers in that way and talk about their lives and so on and so forth. And I wonder if, just from the, and something for the listeners to think about as well, that maybe there is something in doing a little bit more of that and seeing them not just in terms of the role that they have in our lives, but as sort of individuals. I mean, before my father passed, I remember I sat with him and just spoke about his life, and I recorded 2-3 hours of that. So it's like a small oral history that is there with me, which is almost like a window into another person, where you don't see someone as your father. You just see him as an individual kind of growing up. And in any case, I have a fascination for these oral histories and life stories, as you can tell from my podcast. So looking back, obviously, if they were still around, you would have sat and spoken to them or whatever. But do you feel that is something that we should do more of, that when we go through life, we get circumscribed in these kinds of roles, whether they are familial relationships or whether they are caste barriers or gender barriers or whatever, and we think of people in terms of roles and not as, three-dimensional people with interesting, fascinating lives. Is that something you've thought about?
No, I agree with you that, of course, we should do that. But I have to say one thing about just my particular, the father side of the family, is that the issue was never that we didn't talk. In fact, the Deshpande side of the family and my mother's side, sometimes they make fun of this, which is that it's a bit it talks too much and it's a bit too democratic. We are, especially with my parents and my brother and I, the four of us, that nuclear family, we would constantly be arguing, discussing this, that and the other, etc. I guess I have been incredibly lucky to, certainly in my grandparents' generation, of having such incredible grandparents. And I'm not just talking about my paternal grandfather, Anna, and his wife, but his brothers and their wives, that they all have so many aspects to their personality that I'm discovering them literally now, long after they're gone. So, for example, last year, Nayanjot Lahiri, who's my colleague at Ashoka, a well-known historian of ancient India, wrote this book on my Anna's brother, my grandfather's brother, who also has to call Azuba. They're all Azubas. Of course, again, adored him, was very, very close to him. He was an archaeologist and he was the Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India. That I knew because he lived in Delhi, unlike Anna who lived in Rahmatpur. So I saw this Azuba much more often because they were in Delhi. And I knew that he was in the Archaeological Survey because often from school, if we had to go to their house, we'd get picked up, dropped to his office. So I've spent many afternoons after school in the Archaeological Survey office, which is to be next to the National Museum. Then, I don't know where it is now. And I knew that he was a very sort of important archaeologist because there were books on archaeology in his house. He would travel a lot. People would come to see him, etc., etc. And so I knew, obviously, that he had achieved a fair amount. in his life. And but of all the brothers, he was in some sense he was a laddu. I mean, he was just the sweetest, cutest, most adorable. I mean, they were all adorable, but even in that adorable, a set of very adorable people, he was, I guess, the most adorable of them all, and very soft spoken. And so one day Nanjot stopped me in the corridor and she said, do you know M.N. Deshpande? So I said, yes, he's my father's uncle. He's my granduncle. And she said, oh, so do you know his family? So I said, of course, they're my chachas and, my father's first cousin. I'm very, very close to them. Like, they are my family in Delhi from the Deshpande side. And she said, I want to write a book about him. So I said, oh, how nice, etc. But I thought, because he's a well-known archaeologist, so I wasn't surprised. And then she proceeded to tell me 2 episodes about his life that showed him in a light that I could not imagine him being. So one of them was, both of them actually, were how he stood up to Mrs. Gandhi at the peak of her power in India and stopped a demolition or an extension of an archaeological protected site, where one of them was, in fact, Birla was involved, and Birla and Mrs. Gandhi. So he stood up to the collective might of Birla and Mrs. Gandhi and stopped that extension, which is a story, if I'd heard about Anna, I would have believed it. Anna was, but about Azuba, who was in Delhi, I could not imagine him, taking this very strong stand and just not budging. And he did it in his quiet way and he got it done. And then she told me other stories. And then she wrote this book. And through that book, I learned so much about him. For example, from Rahmatpur, this young man went to do a BA in Ardha Magadhi. I mean, how did he... So Nanjot kept asking me, how did he think of this language? How did he get interested in archaeology? But unfortunately, anyone who could have answered that question, they're all gone. So nobody knows. And so through Nayanjot's book, through her, which is now in the public domain, I learned so much about my granduncle. So in our family, the problem has not been that we haven't been close, or there have been the traditional barriers of authority and, that prevent conversation. In fact, if anything, we talk too much to each other. But I guess everybody has been so remarkable in their own ways and very self-effacing. So there are things that they did or do and we just don't find out. We don't know until some other person, and they never promoted themselves. So a lot of facts are known about other archaeologists of his generation. But until this book came along, nobody knew about all these things that my granduncle had done. And Nanjot said, it's amazing that there's no book about him and I'm going to write this book. And she didn't know that I was related to him. So obviously it wasn't like she was doing it for a friend's uncle or whatever. That was not the motivation. But I guess so just about the Deshpandes, I think the problem is that there are too many not achievements, I wouldn't say, but there are too many aspects to everybody's personality. And it's really hard to keep track of who's doing what. And with my parents, I feel that regret every single day that I learn about something or the other about my mother or my father. And I said, oh gosh, I never talked to them about these.
I love the way Nanjot comes to you and asks you, do you know M.N. Deshpande? You should just have replied that, yes, of course, all Deshpandes are related to each other. Do you know Bappi Lahiri? I'm just kidding. And I also have a great title for an incredible web series, and I'm quite serious about this. This could be a heck of a show, The Azobas.
Right.
Like The Sopranos.
Like The Sopranos.
Yeah, what a series.
I should tell my brother, I should put this, because actually my brother has been more systematic about documenting history. So I think my father's mother, she unfortunately passed away young. She was only 67. So she died in 1990. But my grandfather died much later. And, there was a time when my brother decided that, okay, now is the time that I need to go with my camera to Rahmatpur and get Anna to record.
Wow.
So he has actually done a little bit of the oral history project with some members of the family. He's recorded some things with my mother, some with Anna, some with my father. I guess we all have to put it together. But he's been more... I guess by the time we became adults, when we suddenly realized, oh, we have these remarkable people in our family who are not just adorable and, just lovely because we love them. It's not just that. They're more than that. They've done, they have significant contributions. He became aware of that and he did record. In fact, my father's I reposted an essay that my father had done about Rahmatpur recently on Twitter on his birth anniversary. So I can share that. It's a lovely, lovely essay about Rahmatpur. You can post that. It came out in Himal, the journal.
I'll link that from the show notes, and more power to your brother. I mean, and the idea is that one should not think of oral histories just in terms of extraordinary people. One should think of just doing oral histories in general with anybody, and anybody can do this. Anybody can just sit down with somebody in their family who's kind of old or somebody they know and just kind of record, because it's like ways of life just pass by. And you look in the history books and the great books of non-fiction and you read about extraordinary people, but the textures of everyday life and the lives of ordinary people, I think, are also sort of worth capturing. My other question that comes from that is, of course, your grandparents were outliers, but at the same time, I think it's not entirely unusual that they would be from Maharashtra. Like, I definitely expect to be more likely that they are from Maharashtra than many other states. And part of the reason, and you've also alluded to this in the past, is that there is a history of different kinds of reform movements in Maharashtra, coming right from the Bhakti movement and so on, where people have examined caste, people have examined gender, and all of that. So tell me a little bit about that, because in a sense, that's also part of your heritage growing up. It is also part of the air you breathe, and I'm sure it shaped you as well in different ways. So tell me a little bit about that, and if you would have an idea of who the specific inspirations for your grandparents may have been. Like, obviously the Phules come to mind, seems the most obvious sort of analog, but who were the kind of heroes that those people would have had back in those pre-independence days or early days?
I think for I don't know. Honestly, that's the short answer. But the long answer is probably Gandhiji for my grandparents, because I think they were extremely inspired by Gandhi and the nationalist movement. They were a part of this larger Congress, coalition, but they were socialists. So in fact, all the three Azobas and their wives were socialists. And in fact, there was this sort of a political cultural organization called Rashtra Seva Dal, which all my buas were members of. And it was they would dance and they would do plays and things like that. So there's always been music and dance and acting in the Deshpande side of my family. And my father actually broke away from all that when he left Rahmatpur and when he came to Baroda, went to Baroda first and then came to Delhi through his, pursuing his higher education. And he got introduced to Marx 1 and he delved deeper into Phule, etc., that part of the Maharashtrian heritage, and the Santa Kavita, the whole Bhakti literature. So he was quite an expert, by the way, on that, even though that was not his profession. And one of his sisters was also a very well-known actor. So my father had written this commentary on piecing together the Santa Kavita, the Abhangas that are very progressive, very radical, take a very anti-caste, gender egalitarian view. And my aunt has produced that. So it's a lovely program. And if it's anywhere online, I'll send you the link for that, of Santa Kavitas. And so in my father's house, I've seen these volumes, and my father was a Sanskritist. He knew Sanskrit fluently. So he read all the texts in the original Sanskrit or Marathi, whichever the language was. But he was very, very influenced by the Bhakti poetry. So I think the influence of Bhakti, Phule's thought, etc., is more in my father. And in fact, he ended up writing this play called Satya Shodhak, which turned out to be a hit for many reasons I'll tell you later. So my introduction to Phule, etc., came through my father. But through my grandparents, all the Azobas and the Ajis, it was mainly Gandhi. And then later on, JP, Lohia, etc., that stage. And my father's first play, my father was, apart from being a professor in Jain, he was also a playwright. My father's first play, Udvasta Dharmashala, I guess is one of his the most well-known play. He shows a young professor. And this was written in 73, so it predates the emergency. People think it's about the emergency, but it's not. And it's a young professor who's being interrogated by the university committee for making, communist or whatever. It's like a McCarthy-ish scenario being adapted to the Indian situation. And the young professor is a young Marxist. And his father has passed away in the play. And the uncles are socialists. So when the professor goes back to for the funeral or collect books or something, the uncles throw him out saying, oh, you opposed your father, you never went down the socialist path and you took this other path, etc. So people read echoes of some autobiographical thing, but my grandfather and my father never quarreled, and there was never, in that sense, a disagreement. They were always on the best of terms. So those are my father's influences. But I want to just touch to the point that you made earlier about how people are heroes in their ordinary lives. And I want to talk a little bit about my mother's mother. So my mother came from not a extraordinarily radical or progressive family, just a regular middle class family. And when she was 8 years old, her father and her eldest brother, the two earning members of the family, died within 6 months of each other. And her own mother was not very well educated. She had education only up to class 3. So all of a sudden, there was this young widow who was 40 years old with 4 small children, youngest being 8 years old, that was my mother, no source of income. So it was a calamity. And of course, relatives stepped in and friends stepped in, etc. But my grandmother was remarkable. And she said that I'm not going to bring up my children on under terms and conditions set by others. I want to be independent. I want my children to be independent. And she was very skilled at pretty much everything she did. So she was very skilled at, sewing, like she was a good seamstress. But she had never taken tailoring classes or anything like that. She had just learned. And so she took tailoring classes, took a loan, took tailoring classes, and then started stitching clothes for a living. And my oldest aunt enrolled in nursing college, and there she used to be given 3 saris as uniforms. She kept 2, and she would send 1 sari back to her mother, and my grandmother would cut that sari up and make frocks for my mother and the other sister. I mean, that's how they survived. And it's a heroic tale. And again, I knew it kind of at the background, but as I grow older, and my Dataji, my mother's mother, I always saw her in white. She was always dressed in white, and she was a beautiful woman, but she never wore a bindi, she never wore any colored clothes, etc. And I knew that she did. Nobody asked her to do it, but that's just how she was. And I remember one long conversation with her in Bombay before she passed away, and she told me the story of her life and how difficult it was to be a widow at 40, and how she stood by her principles and she brought up her children the way she wanted. I mean, of course, it was very hard. She had to make a few compromises. The children had to, it was not easy at all. But to the best of her ability, she raised her children. So that's another story of a very heroic life, but, in a sort of more in an everyday context. But how people can be heroes, in an everyday context. So that's the other side. And that, I think, I've seen in my mother, I've seen in her sisters, very strong, iron-willed women would give anybody a run for their money. And they, that's how they were. But they were not sort of leftists or anything like that. That was not there. My mother eventually became, but not my aunts. But they were remarkable, just regardless of whatever ideology they followed.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm thinking that they could be like, if Netflix does Ajobas, Hotstar could do Ajis. So, 2 competing shows. And I think I'd actually watch Ajis more. And you mentioned that your grandparents were in the Rashtriya Seva Dal. And I'm thinking, had they been in something called the Lok Seva Dal, then you could have proudly said that all my grandparents were on LSD. So, but leaving that, getting that out of the way. Tell me more about your mom, for example, because, she was an activist. She was involved in the women's movement. You've spoken about how she won every battle in her life except her last. So, tell me a little bit about her and what was your relationship with her and so on.
So, she became people remember her as an activist, but actually that is just the last phase of her life. And I have always said, although, I mean, I've said it to whom I don't know, but I always like to say that she had much more to her personality than the period of activism that defined I would say, I don't know. She died when she was 72. So maybe the last 20, 25 years, that defined her, which is a long enough period. And it's really amazing when you think about her age when she got into all this activism. So that's the other remarkable thing. But she was this very strong-willed, rebellious young woman, and that Ajji has told me stories about growing up, how strong-willed, and she was, when I was growing up, she she and I clashed a lot because she was perfect in every way. And her point was, why can't you be that way? And my point was, no, you are perfect, I'm not. And just let's agree to disagree on that question. But how mothers are, so her point is, well, why can't you can do 1, 2, 3, but why can't you do 4, 5, 6? And I'd say, well, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm happy doing 1, 2, 3. Let me be. So we would clash a lot. And, as you probably realize, between my parents and us, they always had this very open atmosphere of, you can say anything to us and we will say, but it was all very civil. And it was never preachy. They never talked down to us. So we could question them just as they would tell us to do things. And they had to justify every single instruction that they gave us. So it wasn't like, do this because I'm telling you to do it. Do it because these are the benefits of doing it. And so on. So my mother was a toughie. She was really, really tough. And she was very disciplined herself. So she would expect that discipline from other people. And as a child growing up, that's never, one always clashes with parents when you're asked to clean your room or whatever. So, but she was remarkable. I mean, so she married this man. Theirs was also a love marriage. So, I mean, for me, when I hear the term love marriage, it's very odd because most marriages in my family, starting with my grandparents, have been love. So very few have been arranged. So in our family, when there's an arranged match, we say, oh, that's an arranged match. It's unusual. Or
a step into the unknown, a bold step.
Or some woman is not working. As in, not all women work all the time. Obviously, I know that. And you know that. But by working, I mean not working for pay or not going outside the house. When somebody doesn't do that, it becomes unusual. Oh, she's not doing anything else, because every woman in my family does a million things. And so my mother went to Baroda for her undergrad, because those days Baroda was, of course, MSU was very good. And in Maharashtra, it was quite common for young people to go to Baroda. And my father was also there, but they didn't meet. I mean, they kind of met, but not really met, kind of a thing. That was not where their love story started. And then she joined the Home Guards. And so she learned to ride a truck. She learned to ride a fire engine. She has rescued people from, in that crane that goes up to the top floor of a building and rescues children from a building on fire. She's done that.
Wow.
She could ride a horse. She was a fabulous swimmer. And she could cook and clean and keep house and stitch and knit and I don't know what.
यार ये Forrest Gump वाली story हो गई.
मतलब, and she would say, I'm going to teach you stitching. I said, no, I'm never going to touch a needle and a thread. She said, but I can do that and I can do this. I said, you do that and this and whatever else you want to do. I'm just going to do 2, 3 things. So anyway, so she was in the Home Guards and she got posted to Delhi as a part of her Home Guards. So she was, a working woman. And her uncle, who was a widower, was in the government at that time. So he was a part of the early bureaucrats, post-independence. And they had a house on Wellesley Road, which is now called Zakir Hussain Marg. And he was a widower. His son was studying somewhere anyway. So he used to live alone. So she used to just live there because it was just convenient to be there. And my father had come to Delhi for his MA. And that's how they met, through a common friend, etc. So they met and they fell in love. And then my father went to Hong Kong because he was a China specialist. He was his bread and butter job was a professor of China studies in JNU. So at that time, mainland China was not open for foreign researchers. So they went to Hong Kong. And I was almost born in Hong Kong because I was going to be born. And then my mother's family put pressure. No, first child you must always come back to the mother's house, etc., etc. My mother was, I think, quite happy to give birth to me there. So she came back and then I was born, then my brother was born, etc. And then JNU didn't exist as an institution then. So in 1970, JNU got established. And there was a School of International Studies, which was an independent organization that got co-opted into JNU lock, stock and barrel. And everybody who was in SIS went to JNU. So did my father. And we moved to the JNU campus. I don't know if you've had an occasion to see it, which was at that time completely the outskirts of the city. So everything that you see around the JNU campus now didn't exist. There was no bus service. There was no cars. Nobody had a car. And there were 36 families living in this 1,000-acre forest area, completely disconnected from anywhere else. There were just 2 JNU buses that connected to the city, once in the morning, once in the evening, bus. So it was like living on an island in some sort. And then my mother realized it was going to be very difficult for her to manage doing a job and children and, living in that remote place, etc. So she stopped working outside for a living, but she did many other things. She learned Braille and started translating children's books in Braille for blind children. So she used to work on a voluntary basis with the blind school, which is near Oberoi Hotel here in Delhi. So then she learned macrame and I don't know, any skill that she didn't have, she learned that while we were growing up and she was in JNU. And then she declared one day that she was going to enroll for this 5-year BA MA course learning French. She told us and my father, we used to have these sort of family. So the rule was that everybody must have dinner together, always. And there was no TV in the house. So, we had to talk to each other. And there was this All India Radio used to play a national program of classical music that used to be playing on the background. And we would have dinner and all these conversations and all the fights and everything used to take place over dinner. And she declared that she was going to join French. And so we said, aren't you very old? And to a child, the parents are always very old. So she said, I don't care. And she was like that. She didn't care. And she joined this integrated BA MA program. So JNU has these 5-year integrated language programs. So you join after school and you do 3 years if you do 3 years, you get a BA degree. If you do full 5 years, you get a integrated BA MA degree. And because she didn't know French, she joined the first year and her classmates were obviously straight out of school. And she was this mother of 2 children, We were not teenagers yet, but I wasn't a teenager yet, but still, I must have been 11 or 12, whatever I was. And so her classmates were much younger than her, but she was not self-conscious at all. And she did this 5-year French course, And in between, my father got a fellowship to go to Germany. So we all, family, Boria Bistara, all of us, we went off to Germany and we went to school there. And my mother had broken her, but she learned German there. So she was quite a linguist, apart from Gujarati, Marathi, Hindi and English that she already knew. She was fluent in French and she picked up German when we were there. And even my father was quite a linguist. So they were both, So we spent time in Germany and we came back. She finished her French master's and then she started doing live translations, interpretations rather. So when your heads of state come and there's this voice that comes through that, she was one of those voices. And as a part of that, in the 1982 NAM summit, when Fidel Castro had come to India and Indira Gandhi was the prime minister, she got a job there as a interpreter for the French team. And she found, while she was inside Vigyan Bhavan, because it was all very highly security controlled and all that, she found out that Mrs. Gandhi was going to be a press conference, which was only allowed for members with a press card. And obviously she didn't have a press card, but I don't know how she faked her way and she entered that hall. And she asked Mrs. Gandhi a very uncomfortable question, which at the moment I can't remember, but it was something to do with something that Mrs. Gandhi had done, some authoritarian move, till people found out that she was not a journalist. But in that large Vigyan Bhavan hall, so she was a gutsy woman like I haven't seen, So this is all her pre-activist phase, by the way. So her pre-activist, and of course she was, she taught us swimming, she was cycling, swimming, everything, car. And she used to drive the car. I mean, we didn't have a car then, but eventually when we got a car, she was the driver. And in fact, in the ration card, Parivar ka Mukhya was my mother. My father said, okay, you just, and my father was a perfect antidote to her in that sense. He was the most laid back, just sitting in a chair, drawing circles in the air kind of a guy. And she was the doer and the mover and the shaker. And so very remarkable personalities, but very opposed to each other. But, both with tremendous influence in their own ways. But when I see parents of today, young people who, with small children, or our students who were kids, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, there's one thing I realize is that our parents never shielded us from anything. It was never the case that don't read this book or don't watch this movie or nobody should say anything that will hurt my child. nowadays when I see parents, it's a very controlled environment that their children are in. And so when they come to university, when they hear things that they've never heard before, like some very, obscurantist or regressive view or something like that, they almost explode because their parents have protected them so much. And our parents never protected us. They never told us, believe in religion or don't believe, eat this or don't eat this, listen to this music or don't listen to that music. The only thing they told us is that you make your choices and you're responsible for the consequences. So if it's bad, it's bad. I mean, if the consequence is bad, you have to learn to deal with it because you made that choice. So my brother and I, we can't blame other people because we have always been told that whatever is happening to you, maybe other people played a role sometime. But at the end of the day, it's your life. You have to sort it out, just get up and get on with it kind of a thing. So very tough in that way, in a way that I'm not as a parent, because I feel like they were, I guess, a little too tough, just throw children at the deep end of the pool and let them swim kind of a thing. So I tend to be a little more protective towards my daughter, or I used to be. Now she's an adult in her own right. But it taught us things, taught us to be independent, taught us to realize that, at the end of the day, it's your life. If it's going well, it's great. If it's not, then you need to figure out how to fix it, So those are lessons.
This is so inspiring. I mean, my parents also had a love marriage, but my mother did not do most of these things that you mentioned. I'm just thinking if this whole, this press conference thing of her breaking in and asking a question to Indira Gandhi ji, was it captured on camera? Like, is there a YouTube clip of it?
No. So there were lots of things from that time that should be somewhere. So for example, another, anecdote from my childhood is because my father was a playwright. I mean, he became a playwright eventually, but, when back in 72, 73, he was in JNU. I mean, JNU had just gotten established. So he was in SIS and so therefore in JNU. But writing, he had started to work on a play. But he was obviously must have been inclined towards that field. And so he had a lot of friends in the artistic world. And so when we were really small children, all the names that today we think of as big names in the artistic circuit, for us, they were so-and-so Maushi, so-and-so Kaka, so-and-so, Kaku, and so on. So, for example, Sai Paranspe was Sai Maushi. And those days we used to live in Lajpat Nagar 4 because JNU campus hadn't been built. And Sai Paranspe used to live in Lajpat Nagar 2, which was across the ring road. And there were two of us, and the Sai Maushi also had two children. And her daughter is also Ashwini, and so am I. So that Ashwini started to be called Winnie because to distinguish between the two Ashwinis. And she used to be married to Arun Zogrekar at that time. So Arun Kaka, Sai Maushi, and Winnie and Gautam was their son. They were in, and then there was us. And so we were in each other's, like the children were in each other's homes all the time. And Sai Paranspe was in the Doordarshan at that time. I don't know exactly what position she held, but she definitely was in charge of the children's programming. Bachcho ka karyakram used to come in the evening. So she was in charge of that. And Winnie and I were used as the default, like default performance as it were. So whenever she kept shooting us, walking to the market, playing with dolls, doing this, doing that, etc., etc. So you just say, "Acha chalo, abhi shooting hai, ab yahan se wahan tak bajao." And then I remember, in fact, one thing that I very vividly remember is she had done this film with my parents and me going to the zoo. And apparently I was a very well-behaved child. That's what people say. But she wanted to film a badly behaved child. And so she taught me about how to create a tantrum, throw a tantrum when we went to some particular cage. So we had to rehearse that. And it was tough because I didn't behave like that as a child at that time. But she taught me, etc. And then I remember doing many takes, my parents walking with me up to that cage. And then I'm like, oh, I want ice cream or whatever it was I was asked to do. And so all those films, I don't know where they are.
Somebody's got to find them and put them on YouTube. This is
so
the renowned economist Ashwini Deshpande throwing a tantrum at a cage. So.
In fact, I met Sai Paranspe many years ago, as an adult, and I asked her, I said, what happened to all those films that you made with Winnie and me? And she said, yeah, I know how we lose. I mean, she also didn't know where those films were. And
Fabulous. And earlier you mentioned your mom driving, and reminds me of something that happened in the early 90s when Thelma and Louise was going to be released in Saudi Arabia. And of course, women were at that time banned from driving there. I believe that law has just been lifted. So when films would come, they would cut all scenes of women driving, which is why Thelma and Louise ended up at 4 minutes.
yes.
This might well be apocryphal. So tell me now, what were you like as a kid growing up? Like, you've given me a really nice sense of the environment at home, where you have these independent people around you who are not talking down to you or preaching or being paternalistic. You can, talk to them as equals. You can do all of that. At the same time, there are these other strands, like, in the sense, I'm guessing that there must be a respect for scholarship in academia because of, who your dad was and what he did, and also your mom learning all these things. And at the same time, and in every typical Maharashtrian household perhaps, but yours, there must also be this respect for the arts and learning and all that. And in this case, both your parents were sort of creators in different ways. So tell me a little bit about that environment in which you grew up and how that shaped you, and what were you like as a kid?
So in terms of the artistic connection, it was a very strong one. I mean, my father eventually became a playwright, but he was already starting to work on his plays. His sister, my bua, one of my buas, was at that time a student at the National School of Drama.
Are you talking about Sulabha Deshpande?
No, Jyoti Deshpande.
Jyoti Deshpande.
She's now called Jyoti Subhash. That's a married, and her daughter, in fact, is now making waves. Amrita Subhash, who was
I've heard of her, yeah.
So Amrita is my cousin.
Wow.
So Amrita's mother, Jyoti, who at that time was Jyoti Deshpande, was a student at NSD. And she was the classmate of Nasir and Om. And they were best buddies. So they would always, so that's the other thing. I mean, they would always come to our house because they were in the hostel. They were tired of hostel food, and they would call my father Bhai Sahab and Bhabhi. And so they would go in, Bhai Sahab, Bhabhi, bhook lagi hai. And my mother would always dish out, there's some amazing food for them, etc. And of course, at that time, they were not at all well known. And when Om Puri, both of them had faces that were not traditionally suited to what a Hindi film hero should look like.
So did you ever think कि ये कैसे actor बनेंगे?
No, I had seen them in plays, because that was the other thing. Because my abua used to act. So Ibrahim Alkazi was the director of NSD at that time. And so Rohini Hattangadi, I think, was one batch senior. Jaidev Hattangadi was one batch. There was Manohar Singh. There was Sai Paranspe. So all these theatre people. And my father, by the way, also was a very good actor. So in fact, Sai Paranspe did this remarkably funny play called Ek Tamasha Acha Khasa, in which she took the tamasha form and made a political satire about the state of the country at that time. And my father played the Bhondu Maharaja in that. She played the Maharani. Sai Paranspe played the Maharani. And Arun Zogrekar was the cunning mantri who's basically running the show. And it was hilarious. And so there was a time when I remember the dialogue. Then the Ghashiram Kotwal had just was being done in Marathi in Maharashtra. And Rajendra Nath produced it in Hindi in Delhi. And my father was one of the Brahmins. I don't know if you've seen Ghashiram Kotwal, but the wall of Brahmins that's at the back. So he was one of those. So we as kids, and my mother and Jyoti, my aunt, because all the women had to wear 9-yard sari. So they were part of production, doing the costumes and everything. And so unbelievable number of afternoons after school was spent in this Ghashiram rehearsal, in the green room. And even the other kids in school used to say, don't your parents, aren't they worried about homework and things like that? I said, Pata nahi. I mean, we just get picked up and we are taken to the rehearsal, because both my parents were there. And we were not rich enough to have nannies or babysitters or maids or anything like that. So we went wherever our parents went. And so it was a bordering on bohemian kind of a childhood with all these, theatre walas. And then, of course, my father's play started. And then Dr. Lagu acted Shriram Lagu acted in the Marathi production. So then Dr. Lagu, his family, and then, various Amol Palekar, etc., just people who later on we realized were, just this very, very creative people. And my mother also was a very good actor. So she had used to act in college plays and all, but through my father, she also got an avenue for acting. And even on her side, nobody made a career, but my cousins and all her nieces, they've acted in school, college plays or society plays and things like that. So there is that creative streak there. But my father's side is the sort of most pronounced. So my father is a playwright. My bua Jyoti is an incredibly gifted actor. You should watch some of her work if you can. For personal reasons, then she quit acting and she went to Maharashtra and she married the man that she had decided to marry. That was Subhash, her husband. And so then Amrita is her daughter. But even my other buas who didn't make a career of the arts, they are incredibly artistically gifted. They can all sing, they can all dance, and they are now in their 70s. But if they start dancing, you should see. Oh man, they can give the youngsters a run for their money. So there's a very, very strong artistic environment. Jyoti, my aunt, is a very good singer. Amrita is a fantastic singer. My grandmother, that's Motiai, the Rahmatpur grandmother, she could sing really well. So yeah, there's a very, very strong artistic sort of influence. I guess I am the outlier in that sense. I mean, I have not done anything in the field of the arts in a way that many members of my family have.
This was true until last week when my tweet with you singing got some 84,000 retweets or whatever it is, and perhaps this is,
making it up.
A late start to a well-deserved artistic career. No, I'll link to the tweet. You can see the 84,000 retweets. So Twitter keeps bringing these numbers down. I don't know why. But clearly you were also drawn to films and music and
Absolutely.
singing and all of that. So how was that? And I'm also fascinated by another side of your father that you have mentioned elsewhere, but we haven't touched upon yet here, and I'll ask you to touch upon that, is how he was deeply into cinema. And according to him, there were 4 kinds of cinema. So I really want to know more about this.
He was a really chilled out guy, as they say today. I mean, literally, it's possible that you enter a room and you don't notice that he's sitting there. And you think that he's doing nothing, but actually he's thinking about the piece that he's going to write. And bombs could explode in his vicinity, but he would just sitting in his chair. Sometimes he would announce and say, Baba, what are you doing? Do something. I've said that to him often. And so he would laugh and say, yeah, and all of us, including me, are so hyper. Oh, I need my room and I need my study and I'm shutting the door and don't come in and da-da-da. And he would just literally, like the way I'm sitting now, you can see, he would do this. And then he would start making circles in the air. And then he would get up, walk a little bit, and he would have some imaginary argument with somebody and then come back. And then suddenly he would get up, find a surface. It could be a table, it could be anything. Take a piece of paper and write literally without crossing a single word, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 words at a stretch. Beautiful, clean, elegant writing. So all this while that we thought he was just doing nothing randomly, he was formulating his argument. But it was crystal clear. And, his writing is in the public domain. So you can read it for the absolutely brilliant clarity that his mind possessed. What was your question? I got carried away talking about my father.
No, I'm very happy to, you can go in any direction you want. I'd love to know.
But you had asked me
But I'd asked you about the 4 different kinds of cinema and his love for movies and all that.
So that's what it was. So he, when we were growing up, Hindi cinema was not something that educated families watched. There's this post-liberalization phenomenon where now everybody can, watches Bollywood and whatever. Our time, most of the people that we knew were not allowed to watch Hindi cinema. The only films they were allowed was Guddi or Jagriti or, with good message, Deshbhakti ka ya Bhai ke Pyar ka or things like that. Certainly no sexy songs or anything like that. But he would watch because he would say that popular cinema is the pulse of the people. This is what people are thinking. And the way Hindi cinema understands the pulse of the people, no other medium can. And so, for example, when Jai Santoshi Ma became a runway hit, he wanted to see it. And at that, my brother, the rest of the family drew a line saying, not Jai Santoshi Ma, please, we are not watching. And he said, no, Ashwini, I think we have to watch Jai Santoshi Ma. So he and I, because we had heard stories of people going with thalis and doing puja to the screen. I mean, it was a cult movie, of its time. And he said, we don't have to participate in that sentiment, but we need to understand what that sentiment is about. So till his dying day, literally, he would wanted to watch movies in the theater, not on the TV, because he said when you see audience interacting with the movie, then you realize the magic that it was having. And one of the last films I saw with him was English Winglish in the theater. in Pune. And it was, I said, oh, should I get a, DVD? Should we watch it? He said, no, let's go to the theatre. So we went. And that was Sridevi's comeback film, as you know. And when she first enters, when you first see her on the screen, you see her back. And then she turns around. And the audience went into raptures. I mean, the kind of whistles and the clapping that I saw then, was I had only seen in an Amitabh Bachchan movie and Shah Rukh Khan. And so then Baba said, see, would you have been able to see this if you had watched this movie at home? This is the influence that Sridevi has. This is why she's India's first and only female superstar, etc., etc. So his point was that there is nothing called a good film or a bad film. Films are either entertain, make you enjoy them. So for him, enjoyment was the key. And so he classified films into 4 categories. He said the good films, which are like the Rays and the masterpieces, world cinema type, Then there are the good bad films. So these are commercial potboilers. Your Dun Dino Ke Liye Manmohan Desai, Sholay would be the best, I guess, good bad film ever in India. And then there are the bad good films, which he hated, which is the films with a message, arty films, where there's no dialogue for 15 minutes. It's this, this one flower, you keep focusing on that and nothing is happening. And his point is, मुझे 2 घंटे मैंने theatre में बिताए, मुझे क्या मिला इसमें? What did I learn out of this? You can't bore your audience out of the theatres. So that's what he called, or the preachy ones, message about, secularism or something, some progressive thought, but just boring at the end of the day. So those were, in his view, the bad good films. And then there were the bad, the C grade, B grade type, which are just bad. I mean, in every possible way. So he said, you must always watch the good, and you must always watch the good bad. And you obviously will never know in advance what is what. So you could end up it could be a bad, but that's a risk you have to take. So watch all films. How will you know otherwise what it is? And I remember, and those days were not days of multiplex. So 4 shows hote the, 12 se 3, 3 se 6, 6 se 9, 9 se 12. And because we used to live in JNU, it was very far, and our school was Sardar Patel, which was very far. So 9 se 12 at night was the only show which was possible for us, given that we didn't have a car. We lived very far away from, movie theatres, etc. And there was this Priya movie theatre, which was about a 20 to 30 minute walk from our house. So a very common routine in the Deshpande JNU household was have an early dinner and walk. Go to Priya. वहाँ पे 9 से 12. उसके पहले there was a Nirula's का parlor, buy ice cream. Then go to and watch 9 se 12, come back home at 12:30 or whatever. But there was no escape from school the next day. So it could not ever be excused कि वो कल 9 se 12 picture देखी तो आज school नहीं जाएंगे. That was not the thing. So my parents would say, are you willing to get up tomorrow and go to school? Yes. Bas. And then I remember once going to school and telling my classmates कि, कल रात को 9 से 12 में हमने कुर्बानी देखी. Kurbani is, of course, Zeenat Aman with her very explicit and just very sensuous portrayal. And my friends said, who did you go with? Didn't your parents object? I said, we went with my parents. But they were never ones for shielding us. Their point is, you make up your minds about how you're going to view these things and how you're going to process the information that you get. You must have the ability to separate the good from the bad. The influences you want to imbibe. And often my father, people would say, how do you allow your children to watch all this? And so his point is, well, I'm hoping that they will grow up to be sensible. But supposing they don't grow up to be sensible, then that's what it is. And that will happen even if I suppress. They will find ways of, supposing they turn out to be bigoted or just, have very views that I don't agree with. But that might happen anyway. So by stopping them from reading this book or watching this movie, etc., I'm not preventing that thing from happening. Whereas this way, and it was the same for everything, for, alcohol, because he knew that there would come a time when we would grow up and we would taste alcohol. I mean, it's never the case that that's never going to happen, right? So how do you deal with that transition, So they were very down to earth in that manner. So there was not that we shared every single, gory detail from our lives with them. Obviously not, because they were parents. But there were no fundamental secrets between us and them. I mean, not because they'll judge us, no. I mean, it's not cool to tell your parents everything. So that way, we didn't tell them everything. But there was no fear that, oh my God, if I tell this to Baba or I, they'll say, oh my God, how did you do this? Or you drank a glass of wine, how could you, etc. There was never such. There was no fear like that. Girlfriends, boyfriends. Their point was, all your friends are welcome, whether you're romantically involved or not, openly. So
Lovely. And I love the distinction of good films, bad films, bad good films, and bad films. So I think there can sometimes be a confusion between good bad and bad. I mean,
Yes.
what is bad? Like,
Yeah.
I recorded an episode a couple of days back. I don't know when it will release in relation to this one, but with Jai Arjun Singh and Subrat Mohanty. And Subrat gave this delightful story about how he arrived at the motto for his life. And he told me about how he watched a B. Subhash film once, Babbar Subhash. And it's a film called Dance. So basically in it, there are these two dancers. They go to Amrish Puri. Amrish Puri spots them somewhere, gets a fancy for the woman and invites a couple home and basically murders them. And their children, who later grow up to be Mithun Chakravarti and Smita Patil.
Oh.
So apparently at one point, these children, still played by child actors before they grow up to be whoever, are at a beach and the boy is really starving and he's like, and she puts his head on his lap and they don't have food to eat. And this is Juhu Beach. And she starts singing to him, Aayega, Aayega, Halwa Wala Aayega. Something to that effect. I'll link the song from the show notes. And then eventually one guy comes and like he's a Halwa Wala. But there is, and I've never seen a Halwa Wala on Juhu Beach, of course. But the twist is that to get the halwa, he has to dance. There is something like that. So this little girl tells a little boy this immortal line कि जिंदगी में एक बात याद रखना कि अगर हलवा खाना है तो नाचना पड़ेगा, dance. Right, which Shubrat adopted as a motto for his life, and to me represents this profound human truth. And I'm thinking I haven't even seen Dance, but I have made up my mind कि boss, this is a good bad film.
Yeah. And so, I may have mentioned this earlier to you. Like, for example, Govinda. I love him.
I love Govinda.
Oh my goodness. And especially his later output. The first one, Raja Bhaiya and all, thoda bahut, there were issues with that. But the later ones, with all these number ones, and when he teams up with
David Dhawan
and
Kader Khan
and ये नरगिस और उसके बेटे का नाम क्या है?
Monish Bail.
नहीं,
नरगिस और उसके बेटे का नाम क्या है?
नरगिस के बेटे का नाम, I mean नरगिस and
संजय
दत्त. So Sanjay Dutt is hero number 1, hero number 1 में संजय दत्त नहीं है शायद. जोड़ी number 1 एक और एक 11. I mean एक और एक 11. I know every single joke, but I can watch it endless number of times and laugh at the same time. So that's what my father used to say, that look, and he also used to watch and he used to say, how is it that we laugh so much? Because it's just the situational humor. And Govinda is a master at that. So you have to appreciate in terms of the genre that they represent. So he used to always say that, for example, when we go to see Spider-Man or Star Wars, do we really think it's a realistic representation of human life? Obviously not. But you suspend disbelief when you go into a Spider-Man movie and you watch it and analyze it in terms of on its own terms. And he used to get very annoyed by Indian intellectuals who would happily go to a Star Wars or a Spider-Man movie, but would make fun of Hindi movies to say they're not realistic. He said, अरे भैया वहाँ तो जाके देखते हो, उनको ऑस्कर भी मिल जाता है. That also you applaud. तो वहाँ कौन सा realism है, right? And so the point is that his point was that analyze every art production in terms of its own genre rather than comparing it to a genre which is wrong, which is a wrong thing to do, So, like for example, his own play, Udhvasta Dharmashara, it's a political play. And it's one of the first political plays in India. That's why it's considered so important. It's a very wordy, not difficult, but it's heavy. It shakes you up. You have to absorb it. Now, his point is that if you compare my play to these pot boilers that you see in Maharashtra theatre every evening, where ha, laugh a minute, double meaning jokes, etc. He said, you can't compare the two. And I'm not going for that audience also. So if you're analyzing, you can dislike Udhvasta Dharmashara, that's fine. But then dislike it on its own terms. I mean, say why it's not good in terms of what it's claiming to be, right? And so he had the very healthy respect or a healthy disrespect, whichever way you look at it, for everything. And and it extended to food, it extended to everything. So his point is try everything.
Yeah, and that's a category error I've committed in my childhood, perhaps my pre adult years, where in my mind something was really cool and something was not cool. Though I'm pleased to report that by the time I hit my 20s, I just started loving Govinda as well. मैं तो रस्ते से जा
जा
रहा
रहा
था
था.
and so on, incredible. Or Sarkari Khatiya Private Karo. I have appropriated that song to my own purposes, as it were. And I think even, somebody like Baba Saigal is incredibly underrated. He's almost like the Govinda of indie pop in terms of, Dil Ki Gaddi, Pyar Da Junction, Dabba Khali Re. It's like mind blowing. Even the little things he does today on YouTube, extremely underrated because we have this hierarchy of art in our heads. And I always tell my writing students that never be ashamed of reading anything. Anything you read has done something good to capture your attention, and there are lessons to be learned, and never feel ashamed of reading a book. So on that note, and on that lesson from your father, which I find so profound, that you have to engage with popular art, not just respecting it and seeing it on its own terms, but also understanding that it's a reflection of society. And what I find when I talk to many people on the show who have a similar background to us is that we of course have elite privileged backgrounds, right?
Of course.
And the danger is that we grow up, as I certainly did, in these little bubbles, and you think the bubble is a world, right? And outside you have views from windows of exotic things and things happening outside, but you think the bubble is a world and you don't really engage adequately. Though we are extremely lucky to be located in the place we are because there is such richness and diversity of languages and cultures and food and all of those things. But we are content in our bubbles. And it can take a long time, I think, till all the different layers of blindness that you have peel off one by one. And I think one great way of getting outside that bubble and engaging with the world outside is through popular culture, like your dad said, is through sitting in the stalls when Sridevi turns around and everybody goes nuts. So people throwing coins at the screen when Rajnikant comes or whatever, so on and so forth. So how much, were you ever, in hindsight, looking back, do you ever feel that there was that element of that bubble, or do you feel that you were fortunate in a way to engage outside that bubble because your parents encouraged you to do so, and so on and so forth? And if you are to look at the journey of your life, do you, can you identify things that were perhaps unseen to you at 15, which at 35 you saw very clearly, not just in the personal anecdote domain of, your grandmother going to, a place which is also Rehmatpur, but, in general?
So the answer to the bubble question is actually yes and no. So in addition to the influences from within the family, which were multiple and of multiple kinds, and I mean family and friends of my father's, he lived in this very eclectic, just, quite a remarkable circle of acquaintances. We, growing up on the JNU campus that time, was a bubble of a different kind. So inside the bubble, there was an amazing amount of freedom and intermingling and intermixing of a kind that you don't see today's middle class children. I mean, those who are at the same in the same class background as us. So there were 36 families, as I mentioned. There were 3 hostels. And the JNU had acquired this land of 1,000 acres. So the rest of it was just jungle. And because there was no transportation, there was, there were, I think, 1 or 2 people had cars entirely on the campus. 1 or 2 people had television sets and so on. And so the whole inhabited part of the campus was our home, extended home. So the door to our house, for example, my parents' house, was never locked. Because it was just kaun aayega, yahi to log hain sare. And Wednesday evenings and Sunday evenings were chitrahar. So you had the one professor who had a TV had no escape, because all of us, the gaggle of school kids, would just descend on his house ki hum to dekhenge. And isme there were people from different parts of the country. There were Hindus, there were Muslims, there was a Parsi family, and Christians, of course. Caste diversity itni nahi thi, baad mein jaake thodi bahut, but not much really. But there was diversity along many different dimensions. And it was very natural for us to go to Zia and Asad's house for Eid and them coming to our house for Ganesh Chaturthi. It was Man, it was just not even, you couldn't even think that there was an issue about that. It was just two festivals that Indians. So it was a bubble. Now I realize that life outside was not like that at all. But it was the best bubble to be living in, But it's not the same kind of bubble that today's middle class children have, which is very constricted by caste, class, whatever linguistic group that you belong to, religion. So you just meet literally people just like your type. So we actually interacted with a larger variety within the class background, because if you are a professor in JNU, that already just sort of puts you in a bracket. But within that band itself was diverse along many other dimensions. And we got these influences without thinking about it. So I'll give you an example, for example. In terms of political views, everybody thinks of JNU as this lefty place. But there was Professor M.L. Sondhi, who was in the Jan Sangh. In fact, he was the only MP, I think, of the Jan Sangh at that time. His children used to go to the same school as us. They were friends, Shivaji and Vivekanand. Mrs. Sondhi was, Professor Sondhi I don't remember very well, but Mrs. Sondhi I still meet, so I remember her very well. She's into classical music, so we often meet at concerts and all that. Never once did my father say, don't play with the children of the Sondhis because he's RSS Jan Sangh. Never did once the Sondhis say, don't play with GPD's children because they are, this socialist lefty, whatever, anti-RSS, they have a different worldview. Never. It was never an issue, So the parents of the children that we grew up with, they had different political ideologies, they had different orientations, but that never was an issue. And not with my parents, with no parents. So there was this remarkable freedom to interact with each other. It's only when you grow up later on, then you realize that, oh, so-and-so was this, so-and-so was that. But that was never an issue. Whereas today, I can't imagine, children of two families belonging to such diverse political opinions, children being friends and being allowed to, be in and out of each other's homes. But it's a legacy of that time. So even now when I meet Mrs. Sondhi, it's almost like, she's motherly towards me because she's seen me. I'm the same age as her children. And it's lovely, So, but that's the legacy of JNU of that time. I mean, I always say that I have three mothers, and now I have one, two of them, my own mother and the second mother also passed away recently. But all these three women, one was my biological mother, but the other two women were almost like mothers to me on the campus. And they really were like mothers, But collectively, the three gave me a motherhood, which was possible only, and all three are very different from each other. But that collective motherhood or the collective fatherhood that I enjoyed certainly was special. So yes, it was a bubble, but not the kind of bubble that we see. Not the kind of bubble that we see. I realized it was a bubble because when I moved out to the real world, when I left JNU, I said, oh, the real world looks like this. People are so categorized into backgrounds and, who will talk to whom, who do you interact with, etc., etc. In the JNU of that time, this was not an issue.
So, to go back to the earlier question, tell me more about yourself growing up in this period, in the sense you're surrounded by these influences, this kind of environment. Tell me about the importance of music in your life. For example, you mentioned how, one of the things that you and Mrs. Sondhi shared in common was classical music. You have written many, many pieces on music, which I will link from the show notes. You have gotten into a famous defense of Lata Mangeshkar ji, which somehow became part of an academic debate, which we will also talk about later. But just going back to the young Ashwini, what kind of role did music play in your life? And from there, what was sort of your conception of yourself? Because if you're an artistic kid, like you're into music, you've written about both Mallikarjun Mansoor and you've read Ashok Da Ranade, you've written about Lata and Asha and so on. You're into all these different kinds of music, both in a sense of experiencing them and thinking about them and so on. And your father being a playwright and all of that, and you being a pretty mean writer yourself, if in the context of what you've studied, one would imagine that you would have been drawn towards being an artist also, being a creator also, like that. So how did you what role did these play in your life, and how did you evolve in the directions that you did?
So music has always been a very important part of my life. It's a pity that I didn't pursue. Now it's one of my biggest regrets about my life. I don't have too many, but this is definitely one, which is that I should have pursued music more seriously. My parents were tone deaf. They couldn't sing to save their lives, but they were very much into music. So the music was always playing in the house. And my aunts are amazing singers. So, they would sing. So there was always music. And my mother tried very hard to get me to learn. And I did learn in fits and starts. But just as she was rebellious, I was rebellious too. So every time she would put me in, get me to start on music, I would find some excuse to leave it because the discipline of it, the discipline that it required, I didn't have that, I guess. I've also learned the sitar, by the way. I learned the sitar
Wow.
for 4 years. But again, that just when the thing is that with any art form, initially it's a lot of fun. Then comes a point where it starts to become difficult. Actually, as you become more comfortable with it, that's when it gets more difficult. Because as long as you're not very comfortable, it's fine. You just learn a few things, etc. And at that transition point, you have to commit to regularly practice. And I've given up so many things just at that transition point because I just found excuses. I mean, in my head, they were always very valid excuses, but now I recognize them for what they were. Basically just excuses saying, I don't have the time for this. And every time I gave up, and I gave up many times, my mother and I would have this huge argument. And she would say, you're wasting a talent and da-da-da and all of this and you'll regret it one day. And I said, okay, I'll regret it when I regret it. I'm not regretting it now, etc., etc. And of course, I regret it now. So I should have learned music systematically and developed, not to perform, not that way, but just developed a musical ability, which unfortunately I don't have. And I regret that for sure. But having said that, music gives me so much joy that actually I've resumed learning, but it's more just for me to, just for me to enjoy. There's no competition, there's no performance, there's nothing. It's just something I really enjoy. And the thing is that when I was growing up, the only thing I ever wanted to be was a medical doctor. I was not into social sciences. I didn't read any nonfiction. I read either fiction or my school books, and I had no other career choice other than being a medical doctor. That's it. So my point was also, what's the point of learning and spending so much time on music? Because eventually when I become a doctor, I'm not going to have time to pursue. And then my father would say, no, but Dr. Lagu, see, he's a medical doctor, but he's an actor. And Maharashtra, in fact, has a lot of qualified medical doctors who are very, in theatre, has a tradition of medical doctors in theatre. And also my namesake, Ashwini Deshpande, is a scientist and she has a PhD. And they would say that, no, you could still be a medical doctor and still, excel at music. And it's just one of these foolish things you do as a child. But, everybody has to learn, make their own mistakes. There's no point in my telling other people that, oh, because I made this mistake, you should not, because everybody has to sometimes we make the same mistake through generations. But yeah, so music has been very important. This writing on music was completely serendipity. I still don't think that I'm an expert on anything, but I've just enjoyed writing these pieces a lot. And it's just more my enjoyment that shows through in the pieces, rather than any scholarly erudition. I don't claim any erudition at all in these matters. But now in my old age, I have actually realized the virtue of being consistent with music. And I travel a lot, and there are long gaps, etc. But to the best of my ability, I learn a little bit here and there, and so I'm trying to develop it as if not very regular, but at least as a consistent passion. And that's what it'll remain.
एक तो Ashwini ji, I have to take strong exception to your using the phrase "now in my old age." Right? You are the same age as Shah Rukh Khan. He would never use language like that.
Yes, he would not.
He would not.
Yes.
And also, you have berated me at least 3-4 times in the past because I called you Ashwini ji and because I called you ma'am, and you said ki ye sab mat use karo.
Haan.
So to hear you say words like this is like I am now deeply disillusioned and it's cognitive dissonance
not at all.
is happening.
I'm not at all disillusioned.
I have to say that I really want to to see you write more about music because I loved some of your writing on it. I want to read out this first part of your piece on Mallikarjun Mansoor, where you write, quote, Mallikarjun Mansoor is a man who resides in music. His postal address is Mrityunjay Bungalow, Dharwar, but he actually inhabits a world of music. In the morning, he lives in Todi Asavari. Afternoons are spent in the shadows of Sarang. He sits under the canopy of Puriya Marwa in the evening, and he spends the nights in the palaces of Yaman Bhub Bageshri. Stop quote. It's so beautiful.
But these are not my words. This is my translation.
Oh, I'm so
this
sorry.
Is Pula
I didn't realize
Deshpande.
this. This is Pula Deshpande.
Yeah, but which in the original Marathi is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And so the challenge was, for me, this was a challenging piece for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pula Deshpande, in those who know, who've read him in Marathi, know how he's a master at words. And to convey that impression in any other language is hard. So this piece, actually, I spent time, and even though these are not my words in Marathi, but to how do I say it in English that it conveys exactly the same feeling that Pula did in the Marathi was challenging. So I will take a little bit of the compliment.
Yeah, no,
10% of the compliment.
No, I loved all your writing on music. There were so many pieces that I read. You were kind enough to send me those links, and I linked them all from the show notes. So I admit this now appears to be a bit of a faux pas, but these are lovely lines anyway, and often the act of translation is just an act of recreation in a sense. You capture the essence of what somebody said, recreate it.
But it's not a word by word translation.
It's not a word by word never works across.
Yeah, and so in fact, after I did this, I was because Pula is such an icon in Maharashtra. So I was really afraid, and Malik Mansoor ji is another one. And so after I've translated it, I sent the English one to my father and I said, don't read the Marathi, read the English and tell me whether it sounds like Pula writing in English. And he read it and he said, yes, it does. So I said,
beautiful.
Chalo. Then I sent him the Marathi. I said, now you read the Marathi. So then he said, you've done a good job. So I was so happy because it wasn't, you can't translate Pula word by word. It's impossible.
So there's a Mallikarjun Mansoor story from one of my previous episodes. Episode 250 was done with a good friend of mine called Naren Shenoy. So Naren is very much into Mallikarjun Mansoor, and he told the story of how when he was sort of, that one day, back in the early days of the internet, he was Googling something about Mallikarjun Mansoor and finding some music of his. And you know how when you kind of Googled something back in those days, a pop-up would come and all of that. So basically, usne thoda kiya research Mallikarjun Mansoor pe, and then he went downstairs with his wife for dinner, and then she comes up to the room and goes to the computer. Or wahan pe there is a pop-up which is saying, browse naked pictures of Mallikarjun Mansoor. So, tells you something about algorithms of those times. So I have a tangential question, and here I'm kind of thinking aloud about the process of the arts, of learning the arts. And you spoke about how when you start learning music, it's a lot of fun till you reach that stage where there is a tremendous amount of discipline. And I'm actually speculating that once you're past that and you get to a certain level of mastery, the fun begins again and all of that. So is it a little bit like a U-shaped, you've mentioned U-shaped curves in other contexts of employment and education, and we'll come to that later. But is this also, do you think, a U-shaped curve of a sort, that in the beginning of your education, when you know very little, it's a lot of fun. The middle part is really tough, but to make it fun again, you have to put in the yards.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know about the U-shape because I never got to the other side, but I can imagine that it's a U-shape. But what I will say to, that if there is even an iota of some kind of a natural talent, like, people sing in tune, or they can draw, or they can write, or anything else, which need not be your career. But I think it's tremendous to have that as a part of your life, which always stays with you. And I haven't given too many lessons to my daughter, but this is the one lesson I always tell her, that you must have something which you can pursue without being dependent on anyone else. And that way you will always have something that you look forward to. Always. And music for me has been that thing, which no matter what else is happening, and, life goes through ups and downs as it does for everyone. But the music has been this one constant source. And this whole thing about music therapy, etc., I learned later that there is a thing called music therapy. But because I had music as a companion always in different ways, it ended up playing that role in, when through different episodes in my life. But it's really very important. So I feel that if anyone has any talent in any dimension, I'm not saying I have talent, but I'm just saying that even if there's an iota of talent, one should sort of hang on to it and develop it in some way. Not thinking of making a career, because that can also lead to disappointments. But sort of keep working at it, keep it as a second wheel that runs your life.
And I love that caveat of yours not thinking of making it a career, because I think too often we are socialized to think of the things we do in instrumental terms. And therefore, if something doesn't appear to be instrumental, it seems like a waste. But I would just say that there have to be things that you do just for their own sake.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. Just for their own sake and just for your own sake. And especially for women. I mean, this is one of the things that I think women, I mean, I'm now digressing a little bit into my research areas, but women are always ridden with guilt when they take time to do something which is exclusively for themselves, and everybody is socialized that way. So the guilt might be very high, it might be very low, and sometimes there are women I realize who never get to do it because of the pressures. I've been fortunate always to have not had those kinds of pressures. But, once a week, my music class is just time just for me. And I think I'm really fortunate to be able to carve out that time. But I think it's such an important time and it's such an important activity for just to keep your sanity, to get perspective on life, to sort of calm down and say, "Theek hai, it's life is going on." Otherwise, rest of it is all, there's some deadline, something is happening, some race here, something, one is constantly, and these days the distractions have increased. I think I'm constantly distracted between phone is pinging, bell is ringing, ye, wo, email aa raha hai, kuch na kuch. Uske beech mein to sort of, waqt ठहर जाता hai. Or so I think it's nice to sort of rein life back in. And I'm not just saying music it could be painting, it could be writing, it could be a sport, it could be anything that we might be good at, And I think we should definitely, all women, but all people, I think.
But it's a great point that is so much harder for women because you're expected to always look after the men in your life and look after the house, and you almost feel guilty if you have, like, all pleasures in a sense can be guilty pleasures, and that's a danger for women, certainly. Sparked by something you just mentioned, here's another question. You spoke about all the distractions around you and how it's important for you to carve out that me time. And I think of how when we were growing up, we didn't have so many distractions. Smartphones nahi the, TV pe matlab Wednesday, Sunday chitrahar hai, but it's not like there's a lot on TV. There's one channel. We some of us fortunate enough to have books around, but you're not going to be reading all the time. That there was a lot of enforced me time, that there was a potential to develop a certain kind of introspection, to develop a certain kind of ठहराव. Life की rhythm ही वो थी. And today the rhythm of life is so choppy, and we are always looking at our smartphones, and even there it is not as if we are consuming content in a slow, deliberate way, but it's, you're either scrolling up or swiping left to right, and just the rhythm of life, and therefore perhaps the rhythm of how we think is choppy all the time. Now, you have taught people from the generation before this to this generation. You've been a mother yourself, and of course you've been a kid yourself, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. So is this something that you think makes a difference, not just in an old people lamenting about, life these days has become like this, young people are like this, but do you think that this changing of the texture of life, can shape a person in a different way, and therefore it's incumbent upon all of us, even people of our age who are, like I am certainly, fighting distractions and failing so often, that even for us, that we need to take that step back, think about what, the rhythms and textures of our life are, and think about what we need to do differently. So what are your thoughts on this?
No, absolutely. And again, it's not a question of nostalgia. I think in many ways, the young people today are smarter. They are able to assimilate information. They are very clear about their boundaries. They are very articulate about what they want and what they don't want. I think as children, we ended up doing a lot of things that we didn't particularly care about, but only because one just had to do it. There was no choice. So when I see my daughter, for example, being, assertive in terms of what she'll do, what she won't, her articulation, that level of articulation I still don't have. Forget about when I was her age. So in many ways, that's amazing, and that's really good. But the distraction part of it is very serious. For example, I have switched off notifications for Twitter, Facebook, everything. So now I check it only when I check it. And people get really upset saying, "Oh, but I tweeted and I sent you a direct message, you didn't see it." I said, "Well, I didn't, because that's a step that I've taken." In my family, we try to enforce this to the extent possible: no devices at the dining table. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes, somebody is expecting a call or something. The phone to pada rehta hai. The one thing that I have to say, during the pandemic, I gave up is watching dinner without a screen. Pehle to we used to eat at the dining table. Once the pandemic came, we would just pick up our plates, sit in, because we have TV in only one room, because we've decided that's the TV room. So that the act of watching TV is a deliberate act where you have to get up and move to a room. So no other room has any television. And that's something that we've decided as a policy to do. Of course, we can always watch on our phones or whatever, but we don't do that so much. But when the pandemic started, we said, okay, no, we are going to watch. It's just, we were sitting at the home the whole day. So evenings, it was just easier to pick up your plate, serve yourself, and go in the TV room and watch from there. And I have to say, we've got used to that now. So it's now dinner time, we are watching Netflix or whatever, OTT something. And I have to say, the content is so good.
It is so good.
It is so good. And because I don't watch anything during the day, I have now justified it by saying that, look, this is my only time to watch OTT. So I watch at night. Okay, that's just, I guess, one changes with age. But the kind of free time, unfocused time that we had as children is not going to come back at all, ever. And obviously, at a personal level, I feel that's unfortunate. But I'm sure that there are many good things that children today are doing that we didn't do as children. So I'm not going to characterize it in black and white. But I do keep talking to my daughter about the need to disengage from the screen, and how much she listens to me or whatever, that I don't know. But I do keep saying it.
And does she look at you while you're saying it, or she's looking into a phone?
No, that's a rule. So if I see her looking at the phone, I stop talking and I say, I'm not going to talk till you. She's good. She realizes now that, so she can't bring her laptop to the dining table, for example, not allowed. So once in a while when she was to send an email, she asks me, can I just please bring it for 5 minutes? I need to send this email very urgently. And she has to send it, and then she has to send it back. So often I say, okay, then finish your email and then come, because I don't want to see the laptop at the dining table. These things are not black and white. It's not so strict, but at least these are small attempts that one makes. I go to restaurants, and you go to this fancy restaurant paying through your nose, and families are just on their phones the entire time. And I feel like, why did you come here? And in India, of course, it's bad. But in Europe, you should see, it's in the US, it's 1,000,000 times more. It's very rare to find somebody at a bus stop or at the train station just staring into space.
And you mentioned earlier, you spoke about, being in a bubble, but being fortunate to be in that particular bubble. And you spoke about how, it was a texture of your life that you're going for Eid to your friend's house, they're coming for Ganesh Chaturthi or whatever to your house, and it's just a completely normal thing. And that got me to thinking about, again, one of the themes I keep coming back to during the show, the distinction sort of between the abstract and the concrete in our lives. And by and large, what I see is that when we engage with the concrete world, when we are mindful to it, I think there is a quality of experience there that is important, and also a quality of empathy that brings about, that I am meeting friends who are different from me, and I'm looking them in the eye, and we are sharing stories with each other, and there's no electronic device there, and it is concrete. And I think two ways in which the abstract has impinged upon this. And one is, of course, the age-old way of the danger of abstract concepts like nationalism and purity and the other, and, historical grievances from the past, which are for all practical purposes abstractions as well in this current time. And all of these impinge upon us, and when we start thinking in terms of those abstractions, that, oh, he's a Muslim, or he's a Dalit, or he's Savarna, or whatever, that at some level we rob them of their humanity, and that becomes a problem. So this is one level in which those abstractions become a problem. And another level in which they become a problem is the thing that you mentioned, that when you were kids, you would meet for dinner every day. You, your brother, your parents would all meet and you would talk to each other. And of course, there were no smartphones in this day. And today you might have enforced the rule in your house, but in general, it's tough. Like, I was at a cafe the other day and I didn't look into my phone. I was just looking around and people looked at me like I'm a psychopath.
Yes.
Right? Kya kar raha hai? What is he doing?
Why isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, where is his screen? Did something terrible happen and he doesn't have a screen? And so even when we are with people in the concrete, we are in the abstract worlds that we are engrossed in our smartphones. And I just feel that this is dangerous. Like, look, net, I'm not a Luddite. I love technology. It has transformed my life in unbelievable ways and given me so many more friends through these abstract interactions. They begin like that and then we meet. And I love that. You and I are sitting here today because of all this technology has enabled this.
Right.
But at the same time, I think about this dehumanization and I wonder if that is a cause for the polarization that we increasingly see around us in our discourse. Because if we more and more stop thinking of other people as real, complex people, with complicated stories, and instead think of them as categories of people. And, I begin to think that if I disagree with you, that means that you're evil. It's not just a disagreement. And we see so much of this toxic polarization on social media from all sides. So what are your thoughts on this? Especially because you teach young people, in a university which is a liberal arts university, and some have even complained ki Arey Ashoka itna woke hai. So I don't know what the truth of that is. I'm always happy to give the benefit of the doubt to people and not go in for easy stereotyping. But what's your sort of...
No, I mean, it's absolutely, I agree with you completely. And that's what I try to convey to students. Now, students are like children. Kitna sunenge, children don't really listen to parents, but but at least my hope is that somewhere something sticks. And the reason I feel a little optimistic and the reason I think that yes, something sticks, because one of the courses I teach is statistics. So that's, of course, statistics, and that's more technical. But the other course I teach is what is called economics of discrimination. And I give a lot of real life examples. And I see a lot of resistance to what I'm saying in the classroom. But every year, from some batch of students that I've taught at the Delhi School or at Ashoka, some student will write saying, "Hi, Professor, I was watching this movie and I thought of you because... remember, you said this in class and this is what that movie showed. Or this incident happened in my life. And remember, you had mentioned this about women and this is what I saw." And suddenly it resonates, So I think that it's important to keep talking, to younger people without sounding like a Luddite or whatever. But it's also true that in general, the spaces where you can have open conversations which outline nuances, those spaces are shrinking, I feel. And it's not the left or the right or whatever issue. It's like you have to take black and white positions on everything, and human beings are complex. None of us are black and or white. Just the other day I was watching Choti Si Baat again after so many years, and of course what strikes you is the pre-liberalization India, etc., all of that. But Vidya Sinha is a working woman in Bombay. We never find out about her family because that's irrelevant to the story. So she's a working woman who's taking a decision about whether to marry Amol Palekar. Eventually they marry, of course, but her courtship with Amol Palekar. And she goes in a bus. She reads a book. Every time she sits in the bus, she opens a book and starts reading, right? She plays table tennis for her office with Asrani, mixed doubles. And she goes for chess championships where Asrani is playing, etc. I'd forgotten these little details. And then for lunch, they meet in the Samovar cafe and all of that. So in a very easygoing manner, she's always in a sari. She's not this Zeenat Aman, Parveen Babi, westernized kind of a heroine, etc. But at the same time, because Amol Palekar is so diffident, he goes to a life coach, who's Ashok Kumar, who teaches how to patao a girl, basically. Now, obviously, that part of the movie, today, it'll be cancelled immediately because how can you patao a girl and all of that. And I realized, I appreciate that point of view. But if today we were to cancel Choti Si Baat, because in that the character goes to Ashok Kumar to learn these confidence building tricks, that would be a real pity. Because the film, in many ways, the portrayal of Vidya Sinha is far more progressive than the way in which you see even today in all this, liberalized cinema where women are supposed to be, they are very well dressed and all the rest of it. But where do you see characters like this just getting into a bus and opening a book and reading, And I was so struck by the ease with which it was done in the film. Her family is not important. She's telling her office mate that, oh, there's this boy who follows me. He's cute. I think he wants me, but he's diffident. And he thinks I don't know, but actually I know, etc. It's all very, very amazing and actually quite progressive. But it has this element of the life coach. And how do you characterize Choti Si Baat? In today's day and age, cancel. That would be the thing. I don't think so. I don't agree.
Yeah, and I think this tendency to pass judgment on things, definitive judgments, is so toxic. I mean, I understand the incentive. You go online, you want a sense of community and belonging and being respected. You join a tribe. How do you raise your status in that tribe? You do it by signaling your virtue. How do you do that? One of the ways is to purity tests on other people in your tribe. And the other way is just attacking the other side, never engaging with arguments, but attacking people. And I think this whole, I would urge my listeners that every time you pass judgment on something, think about the intrinsic motivation of that, because by passing judgment on that, you are elevating yourself to a higher level, whether that's a higher aesthetic level or a moral level or whatever. It's an act of self-aggrandizement. And of course, this doesn't mean that we don't condemn something that should be condemned.
Course,
in
obviously.
terms of values, you see someone behaving really badly, sure, of course, it's your duty to condemn it.
Of course.
Right? It's your duty to speak out against injustice and all the wrong that you see in the world. But sometimes we take it too far, and I certainly think, and you've written a great article about this as well, which I'll link from the show notes, but sometimes we take it too far, like when you're condemning a film for something that happened at a particular point in time. And the point is, movies are, art is meant to depict the world as it is, not an idealized version of the world as it should be. So to conflate the two, I think is immature and dangerous. And I think you also, when you do that, you deprive yourself of the joy of a lot of art, because you're viewing it just through one ideological lens and one political lens, and you're not sort of appreciating all the complexities within any good work of art. And I don't remember Choti Si Baat. I must have seen it decades ago, perhaps. But everything that you're saying makes me think that, yeah, this is a film I would, love to see again, and there must be so much in it. Just the casual act of a woman opening a book in a bus. Typically, a lot of Bollywood people would edit that out because there'll be nothing happening in that scene, right? But just a conscious choice of keeping that scene in to show something about the character says something to me.
Yeah, I mean, I had forgotten a lot of this when I saw it again. And it, of course, that came back because I had seen it a couple of times. No, and, going back to the sort of the actors in my family, and they say that the challenge of being an actor is to be able to portray roles that are not like yourself. If we only played the extensions of our own personalities on screen, then what is there to acting? And the reason that they are such good actors is because they're able to portray a variety of characters that are very different from the way they are as individuals. And what would you do about creativity if you just model people like clones, of in some idealized world? And even on that, there's no agreement. I mean, what you think is ideal, I may not agree with you on that question, right? So I find the lack of nuance, and we see that in academic circles as well, which is, everything is black and white, or should be, if it isn't. And I don't understand the disinclination to engage with nuance, because I guess engaging with nuance makes it harder, because then you have to acknowledge all facets. You have to say, okay, this is a multifaceted problem. I mean, this whole debate on women's labor force participation, for example, it's extremely multifaceted. It's very difficult to give this one explanation that fits all sizes at all times. Yet, people are, that's what they like to do, because it makes for bite, kya kehte hain wo, news bites type of news. It's a very tricky terrain. It's like a slope, because it's like that line from that Rajkumar says in, I think, Waqt or something. जो खुद कांच के महलों में रहते हैं वो दूसरों पे पत्थर नहीं फेंका करते. Because the minute you start virtue signaling and attacking other people, tomorrow you will get attacked for something that you'll say. So it's a never-ending thing, because people are just waiting for an opportunity to get back at you. So it's just best to, I believe in data very much. So even my pieces on film, etc., you will see it's all backed by data. Even the Lata piece is all, examples. My point is, you're making an argument, give me examples. I'll listen to you if you give me examples. But if you're making an ideological statement without any examples, not interested. Same is true of women's labor force participation or caste discrimination or affirmative action or any problem, If you make assertions without data or examples, then what are you saying?
Then you belong on Twitter. You don't
Then
belong.
you belong on Twitter. Agree.
On that delightful note, let's take a quick commercial break. But you, the listener, kindly do not check Twitter during this break. Kindly keep listening. Thank you. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Ashwini Deshpande. Abhi kitna bole aapke baare mein, singer, sitar player, Renaissance woman, as it were. You've described your father as a Renaissance man, so that's where it comes from. And so many other things. But let's now, get to that part of the personal journey where we talk about your work and how you got to your work. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to be like a medical doctor. And wahan se aap academics mein aa gayi and became another kind of doctor entirely.
Yeah.
So tell us about it.
पहली बात तो ये है कि दिल को बहलाने के लिए गालिब ये ख्याल अच्छा है कि मैं ये भी हूँ वो भी हूँ अपने ख्यालों में तो ख्याली पुलाव पकाना बड़ी अच्छी बात होती है. I encourage everybody to do that.
Are you a daydreamer?
Yes.
So what kind of daydreams do you have? That's a very private.
I cannot talk about that on air, but yeah, yeah. So, but it's nice. It's always nice. I get these emails that are meant for Ashwini Deshpande, the classical singer, and often they are, "Oh, your concert last night was phenomenal," and I just believe it's about me. It makes me so happy. So बस that's the kind of email I would love to receive. So I think कि मेरे लिए लिखा होगा जरूर.
और अश्विनी जी को भी messages आते होंगे that thank you so much for your book on caste. I learned so much about the economics of discrimination.
I will tell you one story and then I'll answer your earlier question, which is that all my life I've been receiving mails about her, and whenever it's about logistics or some कहाँ auditorium ये वो details, I write back to them saying, you have reached the wrong person, please write. So that, because I don't want any mess up in her programs. But whenever it's a random praise about the concert, I take it. I accept the praise about my wonderful concert. But last year, during the pandemic, the Hindustan Times was trying to get in touch with me to get me to write an article on women's labor force participation. So I got a call and I think I must have been on Zoom or something and I didn't answer it. So I called back. And the journalist said, "Who's this?" So I said, "Ashwini Deshpande. I believe I got a call from you." So they said, "Oh, but we've already talked." So I said, "No," because I was on a Zoom call. They said, "But we wanted an article from you about women's labor force participation, and you agreed." So I said, "No, I didn't have that conversation with anyone." And so I said, okay, whatever it is, fine. I mean, I don't understand it didn't occur to me at that time what might have happened. And I said, okay, maybe this is a mistake. So bye. And so I disconnected. And about half an hour later, I got a call from the same journalist saying, "I'm so sorry, there's been a mistake." So apparently they got through to Ashwini Deshpande. And they asked her to write about women and work and all that. And because she's a professional working woman, in addition to being a fabulous artist, she said, "Oh, but I don't know whether I can write an article on women and work and all that." And she thought maybe they've asked her to write because she's a scientist at BRC, etc. And she said, "Okay, let me try."
फिर क्या हुआ? Who wrote it?
I wrote it, but
अरे यार.
the fact that she was mistaken for me was a high point in my life because I really look up to her. We are kind of the same age.
Did they call her back and tell her that, sorry ma'am, wrong Ashwini?
I कुछ किया होगा जो भी है, but in the end I wrote that article. It was for Women's Day last year.
Have you met her?
I have met her, as in, the thing is that not only do we share a name, first names of our parents are identical. And apparently there's some connection between my mother's side of the family and her family, some complicated relationship I'd forgotten right now. But one of the times that we went to her concert, my mother and I went up and my mother introduced herself saying, I'm so-and-so, etc., etc. And she immediately knew who my mother was. And then I was introduced and I said, oh, my name is also Ashwini. And she said, oh, how nice. So yes, I've met her in that one.
So her parents are also called Kalindi and Govind?
Well, Govind, and actually the story of my mother's name, Kalindi, is a separate one, maybe another time. But my mother when she was born, she was named Manik.
Oh, okay.
So her parents are named Manik and Govind.
Wow, this is...
So Manik Bede, the well-known singer, is her mother.
Wow, fantastic.
Yes.
So, getting back to your academic journey, I wish we could talk about your journey to becoming a... this is a moment in the episode where both of us should discover with a shock that I invited the wrong Ashwini and I thought I was talking to that one. Right? Tell me about when you gave your first concert, and there should be that shock of recognition on both our faces that, oh my God.
Sorry. गलती से बुला लिया आपको.
Yes, I'm sorry. अभी किसी और दिन.
आपको नहीं बुलाना था.
हाँ, लेकिन आप भी बता दीजिए करते क्या है.
बता दो. No, so I told you earlier about how I dropped out of music lessons, dance lessons. So my mother, was ever an optimist, and so despite the numerous times I dropped out of classes, she always believed that the next time it'll be for keeps. So she enrolled me in vocal music classes, Kathak classes, sitar classes, and I kept dropping out at different times. Because at the time when it gets really difficult, that's the point I lose I say, okay, I don't have the time to do this. So when I moved to class 11, of course, I took science. And all my classmates who were going for engineering or medicine, that was what everybody in my class was doing. They enrolled for these after-school lessons, these coaching classes, Sachdeva, medical or Yevo. So basically, after school, you go straight to coaching class. And by the time you get home, it's about 8:30 at night. So I said, अब 2 साल ऐसे गुजारने पड़ेंगे. So everyone said, हाँ, otherwise you can't crack the entrance exam. And if you want to get into any decent medical college, ये तो करना पड़ेगा. So I said, I can't do it. So I went for 1 or 2 days. And it's madness. There are these tiny rooms full of sweaty students and some boring person who khali questions de raha hai tumhe, like ratta maar ke, basically. So I said, there's no way. This is not happening. So I told my parents, I said, if this is the condition for medical exams, I don't want to take it. So my parents said, you only decided to take medical. हमने तो नहीं तुम्हें बोला था. तो मत नहीं करना तो नहीं करो, but then figure out what you want to do. I mean, you are free to choose. So बीच में I had some dreams of becoming a pure scientist, like a research scientist. So in my 11th and 12th class projects, I took up some projects so I wanted to be a biology. So I went to Pusa Institute. I developed a project on mutation, etc., etc. So I was interested in genetics. So I thought that that's what I'll do. Then by the time it came to applying for colleges, everyone said, oh, but BSc biology karke kya karogi, and there's no value of this degree, etc., etc. So basically I was not hearing good things about doing a BSc in biology. So I said, then what do I do? I'm not doing medicine. I'm not going to do BSc in biology. What am I going to do with? Because I had no social science background. The only thing I studied was fiction, or I would do my science work or whatever. So I said, okay, what is the subject that I can do where I can put all this mathematics and everything to use? Economics. So I got into econ by default. So I've been a little bit on the margin. So I got into econ as on default. Then even the kind of economics I do is, I haven't had a career path like many of the other economists who've been on your show, where you go abroad, you do a PhD in a good university, you get into a top, good department, you go this very high level, heavy level publishing, that route, etc. So I haven't really, my career trajectory has not been that. So it's a series of accidents that have basically, that I've landed up where I've landed up.
And so, when you started doing econ as a subject, and I think what happens sometimes where you fall in love with a subject while studying it is that first you start studying it as a subject कि textbooks में ये सारे chapters है, ये subjects है, ये सीखो वो सीखो. But then hopefully, there comes that moment where it starts to connect itself to the real world, and where you can, like, what I didn't study economics, but what made me fall in love with economics was when I realized that this is not about numbers and finance and economy and all of that. It's about human behavior. You're studying the effects of scarcity, you're studying incentives, you're studying the why people do what they do, and that just applies to everything. And I think that was like a magical transformation for me to realize that economics gives me the frames and the tools to understand life. So was there a moment like that for you? Like how did that process happen, where it goes from being a dry subject that you're studying for a degree to something that just shapes the way you look at the world?
Very much later. And I don't think very much like a mainstream traditional economist, in any case, just at a personal level. So I have always been a little bit on the margin. So I did, you take exams, you learn, you study for the exams, you do whatever you do in the exam. So that's one part of the story. My PhD was not on any of this, discrimination, caste, gender, social identity, nothing, none of this. I barely knew the contours of, not that I know a lot now, but I know a little bit more than I knew at that time, which was zero. And my PhD was on international debt, and specifically looking at the debt crisis of the 1970s. And it had very little data. There was a tiny section with some data, but more or less it was theory. So it was models and etc. So while, of course, it was about people and all that, but it didn't directly connect with people in this very organic way or a real way. And I thought that's what I'll do. I'll just keep writing papers of, that kind, etc. And then after I finished my PhD, I started sending out my chapters to journals. And I had a book contract from OUP to write a book extending my thesis to look at the Mexican debt crisis, which had just, there was another wave of the Mexican debt default and the negotiations and all that, the details of which are escaping me now. But that was that. And again, another accident happened, which is that one of my papers that I had submitted to a journal, one of the referees of that paper was an American economist who got in touch with me to say that I should not be telling you this, but I'm a referee at this journal for this paper that you've sent, and I really like it, etc., etc. And he sent me an email, and I obviously had cited his work. So email was very new. There was no Google, so I couldn't Google this person to, see what he looked like or whatever. And I was completely taken aback, obviously thrilled that to hear from someone who had cited at a very young age. I mean, that was just a real high. And we started chatting over email. And then he said to me, would you like to come to the US for a postdoc? Of course, I didn't even know what a postdoc was at that time, because even now in India, postdocs are not very common. But at that time, I had zero clue about any of this. And I said, what does it mean? So he told me it'll be a 2-year fellowship, no teaching, etc. And long story short, I landed up there with my book contract. And I said, chalo, I don't have to teach, so I can do all this. And then we would talk every now and then. He would talk about, so what do you think about the caste system in India? Have you looked at gaps between caste groups and all that? And I kept saying, I said, no, that's sociology. That's not economics. Economists in India don't look at all this. And Delhi School at that time was, one of the centers where very path-breaking work on Indian poverty was coming out. But none of it was differentiated by social identity. So we talked about the poor and the non-poor, or the rich and the poor, but not by whether they were male, female, this or that caste or anything. And he said, no, economists. And of course, after I went there, I discovered that he was African-American, which I didn't know. And he said, no, I work on racial inequalities. And economists in the US work on racial inequalities. It's a very legitimate field of inquiry. And I said, well, not in India. No economist works on caste in India. And I said, there's no data anyway. So what are we talking about here? And so there's this data set called National Family Health Survey, NFHS, which is now in its 5th round. At that time, the 2nd round had come out. And he said, you can use this data. Of course, I'd never actually used household survey data. I'd only studied about it in a textbook. And studying about a regression in a textbook is a completely different cup of tea from figuring out how to run anything on the computer, in which I had zero skills at that time. But I couldn't admit to him that I had never used household survey data. So I said, yeah, sure, I can look at it. And then I got another student to help, and I said, I need to learn some of these packages because I've never used them. So he taught me one, actually a rather difficult package at that time, not Stata, which I use now. So I picked up some things, and I wrote, and then I kept calling my father every week, send me readings, send me this. I don't know what the caste system is. I need to understand it detailed. Knowing about it in a sort of rough way is one thing, but to study any social category seriously. So I read a lot of work that is not by economists at all, And so my father really helped me sending references. And I wrote my first paper, which I thought would just people will say, okay, fine, we knew all this already. So what's new about this paper? I thought that's the kind of reception it'll get. But it got the opposite reception. People said, oh, this is new. We didn't know this, etc.
What was the paper on?
It was just So basically, the National Family Health Survey data has no income or consumption data or wages. So anything that economists would say, okay, I want to look at incomes, or I want to look at wages. But it has data on occupation, education, land ownership, etc. So I created an index, like a human development index. And I literally the same formula, and I just called it the caste development index. And so I thought it was a very simple paper. And using the CDI, I showed the gap between the upper castes and the Dalits, all India and across states and in each dimension. So I took 5 variables for the caste development index. And of course, you can look at the aggregate index, but you can look at each of those variables as well. And basically, I showed that in each of those components, there was a gap between the upper caste in every state of the country and the Dalits. And I quantified that gap. That's all the paper was. But it was a surprise to people to see this at the national level, in the context of the argument that the caste system is, the hierarchies are narrowing, castes are basically vote blocks. So Dalits are no longer as badly off, economically speaking, as people believe them to be, because political parties are vying for their votes. All the narrative about either a complete upturning of the caste hierarchy or certainly of course, this was one point in time. So we couldn't say anything about flattening or not. That work I've done later. But this was just at taking a snapshot in 5 indicators of well-being. What are the gaps looking like between upper caste and Dalits? Bus. And I really didn't think that anybody would read that paper or would find it interesting. So very gingerly, I sent it to 4 or 5 people, fully expecting to be told that, okay, fine, pat on the back and now go back to doing your work. So I thought I'll go back to my Mexico book. And, this was just mainly to not have to keep on having that same argument with my mentor. And then he loved the paper, and as did some others. And I presented it at a few places. And I was a little surprised by the reaction it got. And I said, how could people not know this already? I mean, why is this not common knowledge? It seemed very intuitive to me. And so I wrote that paper and I sent it to a journal, got published. Then somebody said, oh, I'm doing a book. Can you just now look at gender also? I said, oh, come on, give me a break. Abhi, I just did one paper with caste. Now you want me to look at male, female also. So then Sandy said, well, why not? You have the data, just do male, female, and just do the same index again and show the gaps between. So I did 4 categories: upper caste men, upper caste women, Dalit men, and Dalit women. And that shows up very interesting hierarchies. And that's how I started thinking about gender. Because for men, upper caste men are better off than Dalit men across all dimensions. But for women, on material indicators, upper caste women are better off. But this data set also has a whole lot of mobility and freedom of choice questions. And there, at that time, upper caste women were not necessarily better off compared to Dalit women. So then I wrote a paper about the trade-off, that women face, but not men. So, and then I linked a lot to the Brahmanical patriarchy literature. I read Uma Chakravarti. I read a lot of things. Then my mother sent me readings. My father sent me readings. Then it just one thing led to the other kind of a thing. It started. And the 2 years that I spent in the US just went just reading. And because I was not teaching, I had more time, and I wrote a few papers, and then I never wrote that book. And when I came back, I thought, okay, maybe I'll write the book. But by the time I came back, I was pretty sure that that's not going to happen. Because then I introduced this course called Economics of Discrimination at the Delhi School, which was interestingly opposed both by my colleagues in the economics department and sociologists. Because some of my colleagues felt this is not economics. And sociologists felt economists have no business talking about caste. And what is this reducing caste disparity to a number? 26% don't have land, or 32% or whatever, reducing. And what is this category called scheduled castes? There's so much heterogeneity within. So by aggregating, you are, essentializing, etc., etc. So I learned new words. I said, okay, fine. I'm not arguing that there's no heterogeneity. Yet on the aggregate, this category of groups has markedly lower outcomes than that category of individual. That's all I'm saying. Not to deny heterogeneity within each of these categories. And that's something that tells us something. So that's how this agenda started. And I never went back to international debt. And now it's literally, I finished one paper, and while I'm doing that, there are 5 others that have already started, which is, I know, not a good way of working, but it's just questions that people ask. Sometimes it could be a random something somebody posts on Twitter and will give me an idea saying, oh, this is interesting. I can look at this, or something like that, So it's, the world is giving you ideas basically. And conversations give you, like today I might come up with, you might ask me something, and that can set me thinking about something. So then now I do work which I think relates to the lives of people. But it's come very late in my career, but I'm really enjoying it. I mean, I think this is the best part of my academic career.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the episode, I was thinking that maybe through the course of this episode, I should persuade Ashwini ji, or rather Ashwini, as you're a young person, to sort of write more about music and, go back to that love. But now just seeing the excitement on your face, I can see how much this work kind of means to you, and I totally get that. When you did that first paper, is it that you thought that it is obvious, because everybody, of course, knows the conclusion that upper castes are much better off than lower castes, but the learning from that, and I'm just thinking aloud here, is that these numbers matter. Quantifying this stuff matters, because not just do you get a snapshot of how things are at a particular point in time, which may even seem obvious, but over time, when you have different data sets from different years and different points, you can actually see social movement, and you can actually have a sense of what is working and what is not, and the direction that we are going in. And therefore, these numbers sort of matter. And therefore, in a sense, these numbers come to life. Like a mistake that people who sort of don't engage with numbers, and our brains are not wired to tackle big numbers. They just kind of blank out, and it's just abstract. And a mistake that people often make when they think about economics is that, yeah, theek hai, numbers hai, ye hai, market upar ja raha hai, niche ja raha hai, graph hai, what is the connection with the real world? But what all of your work does, especially because it is in these two areas, caste and gender, is that it illuminates so much that affects real people in the real world, and we can see this all around us. So is that a correct characterization?
I think that numbers are very important, because all of us are intelligent and can make assertions. All of us see the life world around us, and we can make conclusions based upon what we see around us. But now that I teach statistics, the importance of correct sampling is more obvious to me than it ever was before, because now I'm teaching statistics to 18-year-olds. And therefore, how you sample is supremely important to the conclusions you're going to get. I mean, just to illustrate as a very lay person, to a very lay person, supposing you have a salad with multiple layers of things like cheese and lettuce and whatever, tomatoes and pieces of chicken or whatever.
Bacon
right?
at the very top.
Huh?
Bacon at the
very top. And you don't mix it. Right? And you take a bite out of it. Now, depending on how deep your fork has gone in, you will taste only the layers that are in your mouth. And you can draw a conclusion about that. That won't be a wrong conclusion based on what you ate, but it is a wrong conclusion about the salad bowl. So anything that you say about the top 2 layers would be an incorrect representation of the salad bowl if it is not well mixed. And if your spoonful is not picking up elements of all the layers that are in the salad bowl. right? And when you sample, I mean, obviously, whenever we draw conclusions from data, we are not taking a census of 1.6 billion people. Otherwise, we'll never get any conclusions done. That is why the importance of correct sampling cannot be overemphasized. Otherwise, they are impressions, and those impressions are fine, I go out in the street and I see somebody doing something, and based upon that one person, I'll say something, oh, this person is very hardworking or not, or whatever it might be, right? Now, that is my impression based upon the street outside the studio, which is a valid impression of the street outside the studio. But if I said that my visual impression of the street outside the studio says something about the population of Delhi or India, that would be a wrong conclusion. And now that I teach statistics and basic statistical methods, I always knew this theoretically, and obviously, that's what I've been working on. But trying to explain this to 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds has brought a clarity in my own thinking about the importance of sampling that I cannot convey to everybody strongly enough. And that's why it really bothers me when I see conclusions that are based upon incorrect sampling, right? And it's not just about choosing a sample, it's about the way you ask a question. Is it a leading question? I mean, that even in law, you're not allowed to add leading. So what I'm trying to say is that when we are drawing conclusions about anything, there is a certain rigor, there's a certain scientific method. Just because it's economics or sociology or anthropology doesn't mean the scientific method can be disregarded, right? And so when you do all these things, then the numbers make sense. So I'll qualify. Numbers make a lot of sense.
But you have to use them well.
You have to generate them well and use them well, of course. But first, the generation of the numbers. How is the data coming the way it's coming? That is a very important step. And we often don't pay as much attention to this fact of generating numbers the right way as we should be doing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, I think that if you take a picture of the street outside the studio, it doesn't even tell you much about the street outside the studio. That's a picture at one point in time, and things are so dynamic. It's changing. You are standing in one particular place, looking from one particular angle. I used to be a professional poker player for 5 years between 2010 and 2015. And one of the things that poker taught me, and this is more sort of amplified in poker than anything else. And poker, of course, is a game of skill, but the quantum of luck is extremely high. So the skill expresses itself only through a large sample size, right? So, so for us, a realistic sample size had to be really large. You could not tell if somebody had mastered a particular form of the game by looking at, say, 1,000 hands or 2,000 hands. You needed a couple of million hands at least before you could safely say that this guy knows what he's doing. Right? It was that big. So sometimes, I look at nutrition studies. 50 logo ko keto diet diya, 50 ko ye diet diya, and my mental, I have to adjust my biases about sample size because I'm just thinking ki yaar ye kya hai, ye to kuch bhi nahi hai. But obviously for different fields. So another question, you mentioned that in the social sciences, that how you generate these numbers matters and the method matters and all that. I was chatting with my mutual friend Shruti Rajgopalan once about experiments in the social sciences and the kind of conclusions that we can draw from them. And she made a very good point, and she was citing someone, I forget who, but the point was essentially that let us say that you want to run an experiment on whether dropping a coin into a particular amount of water will displace a little water and raise, the level of the water or whatever. Now, in a scientific experiment, what you would do is you would have a lab with controlled conditions, and you would have a beaker of water, and you would measure everything, and you would put a coin in there, and then you would measure the level again, and the answer you would get is conclusive, and you can establish causation and all of that. But what happens in the social sciences is you are effectively dropping the coin in a massive swimming pool full of hundreds of people jumping in and out, and there's a storm overhead and it's raining, and that's the result you get. And how, the water could go up, it could go down. You can make all kinds of theories about coins and water, and it gets incredibly messy, right? So that is something that I sometimes think about, that what I see in the social sciences is that the conclusion that people arrive at seems to be determined by the ideologies or the prisms that they bring to the table. Where you stand depends on where you sit, as that old sort of saying goes. So how do you so this is obviously really broad, and the science in the social sciences has progressed a lot, and these are dangers that every serious social scientist is kind of aware of. How do you tackle for something like this? Like,
It's hard. It definitely is hard because, as you say, there are what we call confounding factors, because many other things are simultaneously changing. So getting at causation in an isolated way is hard, and the randomized control trial methodology is precisely trying to do that. But there are other issues with randomized control trials, which is A, just the difficulty of doing it. B, big picture questions can't be tackled by, because you're just wearing one little thing and checking the impact. Anyway, I'm not going into that debate because that's very well known. So the quest for getting the right causation continues, right? And I don't think there's a magic answer as yet. But I think as social scientists, we must be aware always of pitfalls. We must always, and I think humility helps here, which that's a very important part, I think, of being should be an important part of, is that I may not be seeing the whole picture, and that may be out there. So the willingness to learn, the willingness to engage with nuance. The other thing that's apart from the fact how data is generated is, as we were talking about earlier on, related to social media, which is unwillingness to engage with nuance. So for example, I'll give you an example in the context of the Indian labor force female labor force participation debate, which is there are two problems. One is labor force participation rate is falling. The other is violence against women in public spaces. Now, the numbers are increasing, which is there's always a question mark about violence numbers, which is it better reporting, or is it incident? Like, are women empowered enough to report, or is it actual incidents going up? And at the end of the day, there's no firm answer to this. However, whatever it is, but the numbers at least are rising. Now, both these are very serious problems, but that doesn't mean automatically that they are related. So my student, Jitendra Singh and I, we looked at 146 countries, and we got data on violence against women in public spaces and their female labor force participation rates. And violence against women is a problem everywhere. But we don't find a systematic relationship between FLFP and violence against women in public spaces, or violence against women. And the one obvious reason for that is that a lot of violence against women takes place at home. People say women are afraid to go out and work because they don't want to be molested, which assumes that at home they will not be molested. I have, and my co-authors have field trip after field trip, women telling us we want to leave the home. We don't want to be locked up, inside our home with the husband or father-in-law or whoever, or even mother-in-law sometimes. They may or may not be physical violence, but it's certainly abuse, So if you don't look at violence inside the home, you will always think, it's only violence outside the home, which is, of course, a serious problem. There's no denying that that's an issue. But does it automatically translate into female labor force participation rates lowering? Not clear. But if you've already made up your mind that that's an issue, bas khatam, So I think that there is no harm in acknowledging that the problem is harder to pin down than this or any other simple explanation for that matter. You can replace violence against women with something else. Again, there'll be a similar issue. So as social scientists, we have to be aware of, if you're working with data, which I think everybody should, but if you're working with data, how that data is generated, how it is used, how best to establish causality, and learn from evidence from other disciplines for economists, I would say, learn from evidence from other disciplines in a humble way. So today, for example, economists have discovered social norms, which other disciplines have always known. But now the pendulum has swung to the other side, which is when you talk about female labor force participation rate, no economic factor can possibly explain it. It only has to be social norms. Arey kyun bhai? Social norms ki baat karo, to why can't we simple demand supply factors? Why aren't Indian women affected by that? They are as rational human beings as any other human beings on the planet, So it's great that economists have broadened their view, horizon. But an incorrect reading of social norms is actually dangerous to the analysis of the problem, into which many traditional economic factors must enter, I think, So, but, academic disciplines are vast, and there have always been, not just now, there have always been different points of view, controversial conclusions. people disagreeing with each other on the same thing. That I think that's healthy.
And within, you mentioned humility, being open to nuance, and especially being open to the notion that a fashionable explanation or the conventional explanation may be wrong. Just look at the data, make sure the data is as good and as generated with as much intellectual honesty as you can manage, and then see where it takes you. Now, is there a problem in academia also that there are these fashions in academia, there are these conventions, people think in certain ideological ways through certain prisms, and therefore the temptation for a young academic looking to move up within the profession is to conform to those, or at least not be too much of an outlier?
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Not just ideological, but even methods, So methods become fashionable. So if a particular method is fashionable, everybody wants to just join the bandwagon, because then you feel, oh, my paper is more likely to be published because if I do this or that, or if I work on this field or that, so fields become fashionable, methods become fashionable, ideologies become fashionable, and I guess because been a little bit of an outlier almost in every field, it hasn't bothered me personally that much, because I think this is again a legacy of my father, where he belonged and didn't belong to any one field or ideology, So the right wing thought of him as too leftist, the left wing thought of him as not left enough, so-and-so thought of him as not this way, not that way. So he sort of didn't really belong to any club. And when I think about myself, I sort of feel that way a little bit, which is, I'm a little bit of an outlier, on this. So I haven't gone on this high track publishing, that career path or whatever. So I'm a little unencumbered by this. Of course, it has its own downsides and it has its own risks, but, I enjoy doing what I do. And I'm, from my mother, I've learned not to be self-conscious. You do what you believe in doing, kind of a thing. But it's hard. It's really hard because I see young people now, they're so career-oriented, literally from the day they joined the PhD program. So who you will sit with at a conference table,
Wow.
They will, and I don't blame them. Because that's the way, it's like you go to a conference, you suss out who's there, et cetera, et cetera. You choose sessions, you choose, and it may be happening unconsciously. Not that people are planning it that way actively, but building networks, doing, sort of, it's fine. I feel like I've escaped all that. And now I'm on the other side of 50. So, now it doesn't matter anyway. So, but it's like, I feel like I've done what has excited me. And as a result, it's a body of work. I wouldn't say, there's this one paper that I did which has been in AER or Econometrica and it's changed the way the discipline has worked. Obviously not, nothing like that. But it's a body of work. And I feel that body of work I have enjoyed doing. Whether it's made any difference to anyone is not for me to say. But I have enjoyed doing it. And it's sort of coming together, in this way of role of social identity. When you move away from an individual to a group, how does that work in an economic setting? So it's that larger field. And and so affirmative act, all of that falls in the same sort of broad. And these are complicated issues. These are controversial issues. There are no clear answers. I don't have clear answers, but I think that these are exciting problems. And precisely because they are nuanced, I enjoy doing it because I like the challenge of nuance. When you are unable to say something with certainty that this is it, I found the magical solution to this problem, which I guess from a careerist point of view is not the greatest thing, but it's fine.
Yeah, and what you say about both your father and yourself, that you never belonged in this or that, is resonant with me as well, because I've always kind of felt that in any domain that I've been in, I'm not mainstream and the elites don't want me at the table. But now I feel, now that it makes two of us, maybe the horror, we do belong somewhere. It's a club of two.
Right.
No, I'm going to resist that and say, nahi, aisa nahi. So, one of my dear friends, Ajay Shah, often talks about laments the fact that a lot of economists, and I think this would apply to people in any academic field, especially in the humanities, a lot of economists start playing that academic game where they get trapped in what is essentially an academic circle jerk, and that's my term, not his, where, they are signaling to each other, writing for each other, and it's just circular game. They have to publish so much. These are the journals where they publish, isko tenure mila, ye professor ban gaye. And it's this whole game, and they don't engage enough with the real world. And as someone who has engaged a lot with the real world in policy domains and so on, Ajay's lament is that I wish there were more brilliant people who actually did this. He sort of talks about so much talent being wasted because you're trapped inside this little game and you're not really kind of engaging with the real world. And in a sense, you've also bucked the trend of being there. Like, just the very fact that you taught the economics of discrimination in the early 2000s whenever you started the course, the economists aren't doing that, the sociologists don't want you to teach that, everybody is like, what the hell? So you're clearly, you're kind of bucking that trend. So one, do you think that this is a problem with academia, that people can become the prisoners of domains, that they can enter these silos of specialization and kind of get trapped in that and just play that game all their lives? And if you were to advise sort of young people, maybe young academics, maybe people thinking of a scholarly career, what would you say?
I think all careers have their own compulsions. I wouldn't say only academics has it. You're training to be a cricket player. You have to... There are certain ropes you have to learn, you have to climb, things like that. So succeeding in a career has its own demands, and I wouldn't blame anyone for following the dictates of that demand. If you have to publish in quality journals, you have to publish in quality journals. That's the requirement of the profession.
Yeah, but the point is, cricketers are judged on how well they score in front of packed stadiums.
Right.
They are not performing in the nets in front of a committee of experts who are saying, "Acha cover driver."
I agree. Okay. So cricket was a bad example. But what I'm trying to say is that what it takes to succeed in a particular field, you broadly know that. And then you have to follow some of those, the set pathways. And breaking free is... from a career point, unless you just change careers or you are, it's also a question of privilege. The thing is that if you have inherited money, you have legacy, you can say, okay, I'm going to just discover myself and, 1 year I'll just play jazz music. Another year I'm just going to, make films on my iPhone or whatever. But that's because somebody is paying for my bread and butter. Now, that's a very, very privileged position. But if you have to earn a bread and butter, and if you have to publish in an academic institution, then there are certain demands that institution places. Whether those demands are valid or not is a different conversation. But as long as there are some rules of the game, in order to succeed at that game, you have to follow the rules of the game. You can always be in the policy world, but there you can make the other point, which is that the policy world also needs to engage with high quality evidence, right? And so how do you make the two meet? And for very young researchers, it'll be hard, I think. Those who are in academics, those who go into policy, etc., that's a different story. But I guess there comes a time for many economists, when especially, 50 plus, that you willy-nilly start engaging. Some people do it more actively, some people do it less. But if you're working on issues that are amenable to policy implications or actionable policy, then you start sort of engaging with the policy world as well.
What do you feel about the inevitable trade-off that we are all confronted with between breadth and depth? Like, on the one hand, there is a temptation to pick one subject and just go really deep into that. And there is enormous value in that because you might end up going deeper than anyone else has gone and, completely figure out that subject really deeply. The danger in that, of course, is you could pick an obscure subject like, cereal prices in Mexico in 1830 and, it has no resonance. It doesn't, there's nothing there. And at the same time, there is a temptation to go broad, that apply frameworks from, say, different disciplines or even within your own discipline, just keep it broad, build broad narratives, try to come up with grand theories that explain things and all of that. And both of these have the danger. The danger in going too deep is that you're not seeing enough of the big picture.
Right.
The danger in only trying for the big picture can mean that you get everything wrong, because you don't get any of the detail as any specialist could tell you. So how does one sort of manage that trade-off? Because they're both appealing, and you could argue that you actually can appeal to more people and get in television studios and all of that by just taking the broad kind of view, and I mean, at some point you need to be broad, at some point you need to be deep. How do you manage these tensions?
It's hard. But I think on balance, if I had to give a very short answer, my view would be that whatever it is that you say shouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
So if by being broad you're saying wrong things, I'll say don't be broad. If by going deep you're saying wrong things, don't go deep. I
But
mean,
I guess without a specific example in my mind, sometimes you can go broad not by being wrong, but by not being nuanced enough.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So even somebody like you take a very popular author, like best-selling author like Harari. You all know about Harari. Now, we've all read his books. I mean, I haven't read all of them, but I've read some things. And very impressive, very, very nicely written, etc. It's just millions of copies all over the world. Now, I recently read an article which is a critique of Harari and how he's glossed over some of the nuance to the point of getting it wrong. So one of the dangers of glossing over nuance is that you could end up saying the wrong thing. So I guess my short answer to this would be to not achieve for such a big picture that you're just getting everything wrong. So have a sense of the context, but then go deep into it. So for example, if you're studying, I don't know, the caste system in India, right? Now, when I started, I literally, I knew some things from my personal life, etc. But I hadn't studied the caste system because social science was never my domain. I'd always been a science student, and I never read nonfiction in social science because that was never I didn't think that I was going to go down that way. And so knowing about personal episodes of caste and one's own brush with the caste system in different ways, a totally different thing from knowing what the hell this whole thing is about. And so I found the broader readings, books that my father suggested to me at that time extremely useful. None of it is in the papers that I've written, but reading those was extremely useful for me to just situate the whole thing. And even now, every now and then, I really miss my father, because every now and then I literally want to call him up and say, Baba, I want a reading on this particular aspect. And of course, he's not there any longer. So I have to just Google and find things on my own. But again, the point that I said about humility is important, is because if I had begun by thinking that, okay, I'm God's gift to humanity on the caste question, and I'm going to unveil answers that no scholar before me has ever done, and I am this very smart person who's now going to tell everybody else, okay, here's what you guys don't know about caste, and I'm telling you this. If I had gone into it with that approach, I don't think it would have worked at all. I was bound to get, not that I know a lot now, but I'm still learning, and literally I learn every day. But because I see myself as a student of this field rather than as an expert, it always helps me, because when I read something new, I say, oh, right, this is it. And in this, this is the history, something like that, And that adds up to then finally start becoming a big picture. So you go in depth. In order to go in depth, you learn little bits every time. And then it adds up to a big picture. So I would say if you're working on something for the first time, maybe take the depth approach first, do a little bit of in-depth pieces, then sit back and say, okay, I've done 5 deep dives. How is this picture adding up? How many pieces of the jigsaw have I connected? Not all, but some. So now a little bit of the picture is emerging. Rather than saying, okay, now I'm just looking at you guys from the sky and I can just see the whole picture. I think that's the problem. And many people fall prey to that tendency, which is that I am looking at you from the sky and I can see something that you can't because you are in the picture. I am on top. I'm taking an aerial view and I see everything. And so I'm explaining it to you now. It's something that you can't see. That's where things start to go wrong.
Yeah, and I think there's this human danger also of, look, how do we understand the world by telling stories about the world to ourselves? And this is tempting, and it leads to a certain amount of comfort if we can tell a story about something that explains it to us. So a lot of stories tend to be stories that are too simple, and often stories that are wrong, like religion. So so I completely agree with you that it makes sense to go for some depth before breadth. The other, I love your jigsaw puzzle metaphor, and the other one that I'd bring in is that when you paint a picture by joining dots, and the thing is, if you don't have enough dots,
Exactly.
then a horse can appear to be a chair.
Exactly.
Right? You need enough dots to have a sense of what you're painting a picture
Right.
of, and the more dots you have, the more accurate they will be. And the question for a scholar also will be, what if you're trying to paint a picture of 10 different things and you don't feel like you have can fill enough dots in each of them? And there's a term called Gell-Mann amnesia. Have you heard of it?
No.
So it's named after the physicist Murray Gell-Mann, who once made the observation that when you read a newspaper and there's an article on a subject that you know a lot about, you read that article and you realize it's full of shit, right? They got it wrong. But when you read everything else in the newspaper about things that you don't know anything about, you assume that it is correct.
Ah,
So that's Gell-Mann amnesia. You forget that they got that wrong.
Right.
And I feel that with scholars who are too broad, it can seem like this, that when somebody like a Harari, and he was actually the name I had in mind before you mentioned him, that when someone like a Harari tells these beautiful stories that explain everything, I'm like, yeah, man, it explains everything. But if he happens to write about a subject I know, I'll be like, wait a minute, ye kya ho gaya?
Right.
So, okay, so a final question about sort of academics and the academic journey before we dive into both caste and gender, which I want to do because your work is both so detailed and so important. One of my guests, I forget who, was, you used the metaphor of the Indian civil services to talk about how there will be people who, for those who don't know, you give the UPSC exam, and depending on your rank, you get, foreign service or IAS or IPS and the lower services. And this guest, I think it was, Mahima Vashisht in a recent episode, who's been a civil servant, made the point about how so many of her seniors in one of the lesser civil services, so to say, would have this resentment कि यार अगर मुझे यूपीएससी में 2 मार्क्स ज़्यादा मिलते इस सब्जेक्ट में तो आज मैं लंदन में इंडियन फॉरेन सर्विसेज में होता. एंड द ट्रेजेडी एंड द इनजस्टिस ऑफ दैट सिस्टम इज दैट एन एग्जाम यू गिव sometime in your early 20s determines where you land up at age 59, right? So it is almost like that one event just sort of changes everything. Now, in an academic sense, it strikes me that a lot of what happens is also sort of happenstance like that. Like which foreign university do you happen to go through? Do you happen to make it to a foreign university in the first place? Who is your advisor there? Some people can get lucky to get a good PhD advisor, some get a bad one. Where do you subsequently work? And anywhere along the journey, it can fall apart. And often it strikes me that this starting point can be something incredibly unfair. This starting point can be कि ठीक है, your parents weren't well, you had to be in India to look after them, आप abroad जा नहीं पाए, financial circumstances नहीं थे, आपने यहीं पे कुछ कर लिया locally, और no matter how brilliant you are always looked upon as lower on the ladder than somebody who had the benefit of a better education. That's one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is that you could be an Indian scholar who knows a subject in great detail, whose work has rigor, nuance, everything, but somebody from some foreigner from a foreign university will come and turn their orientalist gaze on your subject and mouth wake generalities and say banal things. Sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right, but what's a big deal? And they get all the media attention and the book deals and everything, and you are like, what the fuck? I've worked all my life on this shit. So what do you sort of feel about this? Because I meet a lot of brilliant academics who are not big names, who are not there on the ladder, right? And vice versa, right? So what do you feel about this, and how does one then deal with that resentment, or how does one come to terms with कि ठीक है जो है सो है?
Yeah. So I didn't go abroad for my PhD for personal reasons. And there is I got a super fantastic advisor in the form of Kaushik Basu, who was at that time at the Delhi school. So I really enjoyed my PhD with him. So no regrets at all on that front at all. Zero regrets. However,
So my question was generally
no,
in
I know, but I'm
not
just
about you
answering.
at all.
No, I
Yeah.
understand, but I'm just so the American system, because of the rigors of coursework, so every PhD student has to do 2 years of coursework. So it just puts you through the grinder in a way that Indian institutions don't do, right? And so you come out on the other side of the grinder in this process form, which is a disadvantage for those of us who did our PhD in India because we were not put through that kind of a grinder. I got lucky because I had a fantastic advisor and it was really nice. And it's absolutely true that in India, not having a foreign degree is a big disadvantage, within your colleagues and just in the circuit. And even within the US, there are, whether you're in the top 10 universities or not, etc., there are all of these issues. But certainly if you've done your PhD from India versus somebody who's done it from the UK or the USA, there is an issue. And at the time when I was a student at the Delhi school, about 8 to 10 people out of 100 class of 150 used to get first divisions. So first division was the big thing, by the way, those days. And in my batch, it was eight of us who got a first division and 7 went abroad and I didn't go, So that's how much of an outlier I was even then. And so it's a struggle and it's hard. And I'm sure that others who are in my situation also have faced them at different points. There are frustrations. You get upset sometimes that, somebody just walks away with the limelight and all that. But again, as you've discovered in your conversations with me, I'm a little chilled out in these matters. So there can be a temporary irritation, but it passes very soon. But I have to mention that by the time I came to Ashoka, it's been very different. Ashoka is very respectful towards the body of work, and I've received huge amounts of love and support within Ashoka, so from everyone, and so I feel really happy about that. But it's not there is a disadvantage, and this thing of I will tell you what you're missing in 2 sentences or 3 sentences. This tendency is there. I don't think you can, there are many hierarchies. So within India, there are hierarchies of class and urban location and English education versus not, caste, of course, But then there are international hierarchies, right? Where race plays a factor, where academic location plays a factor, right? So obviously, Harvard in the US will rank number 1 in any of this hierarchy and so on. So, and things like that, right? So institutions have brand names and they really make a difference. So an affiliation with a very top branded university department will open doors in a way that a lower branded university department, it won't. So once you step outside India, you realize that there are these other hierarchies that play it well. But that's life, There's no point in lamenting them and just feeling, say, oh, and there's also, I don't think these hierarchies should be used as an excuse to say, oh, the reason I'm really not publishing is because there are all these hierarchies and I can't work. No, sorry, there are hierarchies. That's the world. That's the real world. Deal with it, So I will keep publishing. I will keep writing. If somebody else saying, oh, she didn't go abroad for a PhD, so I don't think her work is good, that's fine. They are entitled to their opinion. But I would say engage with my work, not where I got my degree from. If there's anything wrong with my work, point that out. I'm happy to engage. But don't, pedigree is it's very funny. We lament about the caste system in India, but we are very pedigree conscious. So
great point, yeah. और डेटा तो सबके पास है. What difference does it make कौन क्या बोले? You do the work.
तो करो ना.
Yeah.
तो don't look at my CV and say, अच्छा इसने D school से PhD किया, oh हो, तो खराब ही होगा. Why? So one has to, what I'll say to younger people is that if you are working in a good Indian institution, doing your PhD, steel yourself against these tendencies because they are there. But discrimination is a fact of life, Sometimes we are on the side of, sometimes our social identities protect us from that discrimination, which is when we feel great. But there are sometimes our social identities in another context. We become the victims of discrimination. But then we have to figure out we can't make that as an excuse as academics to say, okay, I'm not going to publish anymore because somebody said that, oh, our Indian degrees are not good enough. No, why? That has never deterred me from doing what I think is right. And I don't think it should deter anyone else too.
Yeah, and one of the lessons I learned from poker was don't sweat what you can't control.
Exactly.
What you can control is what you do. What you can control is the process. What you can control is the attitude you bring to your work. And that's what really matters. Don't sweat the rest of it.
I mean, there have been many situations where, for example, I've gone to an institution and asked for data, and I've been told, no, you can't get this data. And the next thing I know is some researcher from XYZ university with the right color of the skin has got that data.
गुस्सा तो आता है.
I said, क्या यार? मैंने जब आपको चिट्ठी बाकायदा ठीक से लिखी तो क्या हुआ, गुस्सा तो आता है, बिल्कुल आता है. But then, it's one of those things. I mean, life is unfair sometimes. So how do you deal with that? I mean, how do you deal with that unfairness?
Talking about the unfairness of life, let's, move to the subject of something that you've studied deeply for decades almost. I don't know if one could call it decades in the plural. But yeah, I guess you started with caste in the late 90s. तो decades ही है.
98.
98 ना? हाँ, तो decades ही हो गया. 24 साल तो हो ही गए. So what were the big questions about caste that animated you when you started working on it? And you've already described your first paper and all that. And how did those questions evolve and change?
So the only question that started this whole journey was, the question was phrased in the sense of, have the gaps between Dalits and upper castes narrowed? Of course, the first paper was not about narrowing because it was one point in time. But the question was, are they significant? Are they across different indicators? And are they across states? That was the first question. So basically, it was like taking stock of the material disparities between upper castes and Dalits. That was what the question was about, because there'd been a lot of sociological, ethnographic, village study kind of literature that talked about power that comes from being used as vote banks, dominant castes that may not necessarily be the upper castes, middle castes being dominant castes, some castes that got classified as OBCs. But even some Dalit castes, for example, could become dominant castes in their villages. And there's a lot of churning. Then there was the 72nd and 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment where local bodies were given, reservation, etc. So all of that is sort of churning. There's been a churning, and there is a rise in representation of Dalits at the local panchayat level, state election, reserved constituencies, chief ministers of states or important ministers in different governments, etc. All of that might have led to sort of narrow gaps or insignificant gaps, or that the persistent disparity may not be a picture of India at that time. And so what the first paper did was just said, no, it is. Right? Now, why is it that despite all of these things didn't change, etc.? Then that started the journey. Right? And then I had to read about dominant castes. I had to read about, what is the OBC. So I remember a discussion with my father where I said, I don't understand the controversy about the OBC reservation. Why is it that some, people object to some castes being included, but not to other castes? What is this whole thing? So he patiently explained to me the difference between Varna and Jati, which I had read about, but I had not internalized it. And I didn't understand the connection between that distinction and the OBC reservation controversy, which he then, verbally explained to me. Then he gave me references to read. And that sort of started the thing. And then with my co-author, Rajesh Ramachandran, who used to be my student in Delhi school, but kept in touch, and now we have many papers together. So we've developed this sort of agenda where we've looked at change over time, we've looked at early childhood, we've looked at education, we've looked at stunting, etc., etc. So, we finish one paper and we start the next, so now we have a result that talks about the effect of untouchability, which is illegal but prevalent, on early childhood outcomes for Dalit children. And so it's like an onion. The more you peel, you discover new things about the system. And with this early childhood and untouchability research, I have realized, I think for the first time with clarity, why the gaps are persistent. Because if the disparity is starting at early childhood, then by the time these children become adults, it's the same system that's getting perpetuated itself. So another argument made about the caste system is that it's a hangover of the past, or it is a rural phenomenon. In urban India, how do you know? Aapki caste, meri caste, kya pata kisi ko? So urban India mein caste disparity nahi hota. Ye पुराने ज़माने में discrimination होता था, उसी का hangover we are seeing today, So all of these questions you can actually examine empirically, and you realize that it's being perpetuated. The discrimination based upon caste identity is salient, and discrimination based upon that continues today.
So, take me through some of these questions. For example, the question of past discrimination and versus present discrimination. How do you disentangle that? For example, an argument was made, which you've kind of busted through the various studies, and we can go into the weeds of some of that. Arguments are sometimes made कि ठीक है, labor market में discrimination नहीं है, क्योंकि maybe there is discrimination earlier, which happens because of, people are born in poor families, or they don't get the same kind of education and all that. So they are distinctly unequal by the time they reach the labor market, but labor markets are different. And your study showed that no, that is really not the case at all. Labor markets also discriminate. For example, I'm just taking like one of the big questions that you've asked. So take me through, how you then start disentangling all the other possible causes for, all the other possible explanations for income disparities at the labor market. And how do you then arrive at the fact that yes, discrimination has taken place, does take place, and these are the kind of mechanics of it. So take me through some of these studies, because I found that work really fascinating.
So there is absolutely no doubt that if you look at the early childhood and pre-labor market conditions between upper castes and Dalits on average, there are huge gaps. So by the time individuals enter the labor market, they are already very different in terms of the skill set, in terms of abilities, and all that has got to do with social capital, with the background, networks, etc., right? Now, the question is, does the labor market perpetuate that discrimination or not? So a very simple study, which is not authored by me, but it was a part of the project that I was a part of. I did a college to work study, and this particular study, it's a very famous paper in the AER done for the US by Marianne Bertrand and Senthil Mullainathan, which the title of that paper is called Are Emily and Greg More Employable Than Lakisha and Jamal? All right. What they do is they send resumes to employers. These are called correspondence studies. And those resumes control for everything, not just academic scores, but extracurriculars as well. So all the, debating, confidence, kind of all the signals that employers look for. The only difference, so these are matched resumes, the only difference is the names are different. So black sounding names and white sounding names. And the callback that white sounding names get are far higher than the callbacks that black sounding names get. Okay, Diva Pager, a sociologist in the US who died tragically young, she did an even more remarkable study where she said, okay, the reason that blacks might be getting lower callbacks is because there's a stigma of criminality. Because incarceration rates for African Americans are far higher than those for whites. So employers might be reluctant to hire blacks because it's a thing in their mind that, we don't want anybody with a criminal background, etc. So in her study, she gave, these are all experimental subjects, so she gave the white person a criminal record. That white job applicant has actually served time in jail, a convicted felon, and the black applicant is not a convicted felon. So she attached because these are fake resumes, so she attached the stigma of criminality to whites. And her experiment shows that attaching the stigma of criminality to whites lowers the callback for whites compared to when they were not shown as being felons. But a white with a criminal record is still likely to get higher callbacks compared to black with no criminal record. If this doesn't show discrimination, because this controls for everything else.
This controls for everything.
Right? And there are studies that have been done of this kind for India as well. And we did a project, 4-paper.
Delhi and Chennai.
Yeah. And you see the same thing. So you can say, and this is before the interview, so you're not even judging based upon looking at the person and forming some impressions, right? So stereotypes and the association of, the negative stereotypes about Dalits, the stigma of incompetence, that does play a role, right? And so how do you disentangle? So one straight way to do is to correspondence studies. The other, when you're looking at data, you control for all the ability related indicators, and then you see whether there's an extra wage penalty.
What you call decomposition.
So you can, there's a method where you can add in all the variables that will explain the wage gap and see whether the wage gap gets artificially eliminated. And if it doesn't, then that's an unexplained part of the wage gap. Now, You can argue whether it's all discrimination or not, and the jury is open on that one. But certainly a part of it is discriminatory. And that's the point where I'm saying is look elsewhere. So you have an unobserved wage gap, which is your data is showing you. Now read accounts. So a question that I often get asked in interviews is, how long are we going to have this reservation system? It's time to end it. And my answer is, let's go for 1 month where there is no story of caste atrocities reported from anywhere in the country. The day we have 1 month free of caste atrocities, let's end reservation then.
So I found these studies interesting because the Delhi study, for example, sent fake resume, looked at English newspapers, so you're already controlling for English, and you send fake resumes with stereotypical last names to a whole bunch of employers, and the conclusion was that Dalits are 2/3 less likely as upper class people to get a call back.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody would assume that they were less likely, but 2/3 less likely is a good way to kind of quantify it and understand the problem. And the Chennai study was fascinating because it also looked at gender. And it found that low caste females were the least likely of all to get a call back, which is, of course, not surprising either. What I found also interesting was that when you use the decomposition techniques, you're also thinking of endowment differences. Now, endowment differences, of course, is that because of discrimination of the past, or because of what their backgrounds might have been, Dalits are more likely to be poor, more likely to have a worse education, and so on and so forth. They end up in the job market with that disadvantage built in, and that's the endowment difference. And you point out that that's actually narrowing in urban populations, and you're honest enough to say that it may be affirmative action which is responsible, but it may not be, because it's again the swimming pool thing. We can't really tell. Has it been your experience that, like, here's the thing, as far as the rural-urban divide is concerned, Ambedkar, of course, famously said, what is a village but a sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness and communalism, stop quote. And one would assume from various different directions that caste would be a far bigger problem in rural areas than in urban areas. And one reason for that would just be that the incentives are different in urban areas. You want to be part of wider economic networks, there is more competition, so perhaps you can't, the cost of discrimination goes up, and so on and so forth. At the same time, if affirmative action was working, you'd expect to see a result of that in, in being less of a factor in urban areas as well. So is it generally true that, whatever the causes might be, that in general, urban areas are slightly better, or, what's the scene there?
It's hard to say. So one difference between rural and urban is that it's harder to identify caste on casual interaction in urban compared to rural, because not all last names are caste indicative. Also, you take the big metros, people are coming from different parts of the country, and people don't easily recognize the caste names, even if they were indicative of caste. But my paper with Catherine Newman, where we do this college to work tracking study, we track students for 2 years. Every 6 months, we were interviewing them. And we asked them how their job interviews went, particularly in the private sector, where there's no reservation. So there's no place on the form or anything where you were required to declare your caste. And almost every student that we talked to said that one of the first questions, if not the first question that they were asked, was, what is your family background? When I first started transcribing interviews and sending them to Catherine for reading, she called me from the US and said there must be a mistake. So I said, no, why? She said, listen to it again. So I said, I was there. What do you mean listen to it again? But I will. And so I listened to it again, and there was no mistake because I was, there in the interview. So she said that in the United States, this question could never be asked because it is about individual merit and ability. The family background is irrelevant. Right? But in India, it is a very common assumption to think that the family is a crucible of merit, of individual merit. So you immediately conflate family circumstances with the individual's merit. That is not only caste. We are not saying that in the paper, but caste plays a very big role in it. Right? And so in an urban setting where you think caste might not matter, first, this is one mechanism through which employers try to gauge where you're situated. The second thing is when they see some obvious class markers which they believe we don't know where this person is. So they'll say, what is your view about the reservation policy? Now, this policy doesn't apply to the private sector. They have no business asking this question because there could be my views about anything. What do I feel about Shah Rukh Khan or, Hrithik Roshan for that matter? That's irrelevant to the job interview.
Which would be a good question.
Which would be a good question.
Ask someone what you feel about Shah Rukh Khan. If they say they like Shah Rukh Khan, okay, reject.
Accepted in my book. And the minute they found somebody defending the reservation policy, they took that as a confirmation of their suspicion that this person was Dalit. And sometimes they just asked openly, Aapki caste kya hai? Now, we asked our respondents, how did you react to this question when you were asked about the family background? What do you think they were trying to get at? And the amazing thing is that our upper caste respondents and our Dalit respondents responded in completely opposite ways. Upper caste respondents said, it was just a breaking the ice kind of a question. What's there? I mean, it's fine. It's just like how you start. You talk about the weather or something like that. Because they had family backgrounds that they were proud of. Whereas every Dalit respondent in our study said, no, this was it was a trick question. It was a question that they were using to catch us. This is about the people who went to job interviews. Now, a lot of private sector jobs in India are not advertised. They are through networks. And I have another study for Delhi, which a paper, it's not published yet, but I did some field work in Delhi. And there we found that, we mapped, who do you get the job information from, etc., etc. And you find that Dalit students have very smaller and poorer quality networks in terms of who they are likely to know, right? So even if you have the same education, even if you're equally bright, your ability to even find out about positions in the private sector are heavily circumscribed by your caste background. So in urban India, it plays out differently, but it does play out. And shadi and all, वो तो open है, वो तो पूछेंगे ही पूछेंगे. Even my students, when they say, oh, caste is ended, there's no caste, etc. I say, how are you going to get married? वो तो caste पे होगा. So they don't see any contradiction in those two statements. But my point is that in rural India, it gets replicated in a particular way through knowledge, through caste-based occupations. Urban India, proportion of caste-based occupations is low, non-caste-based is higher. And in principle, every occupation is open to everybody. But there is a very strong overlap of status and caste, not caste-based occupation. Because how many Brahmins are you going to find in Delhi who are priests in temples, right? So obviously, they are not doing their caste-based occupation. But if you see very privileged occupations, which caste groups are occupying those? Well, how much has been the churning? How much has the deck reshuffled? That's the question we should ask for about cities. Because sociologists, what they do is they say, the link between caste-based occupations and birth is broken in urban India. Yes, of course. Because caste-based occupations, think about the occupations that are listed in the caste system. Think about a modern economy. You are trying to superimpose a modern occupational structure on the caste-based, the birth-based occupations that were determined thousands of years ago. There is bound to be a break, right? But we have to reframe the question. We have to talk about now status, privilege, and caste rather than caste-based occupation and caste. That's not the right question to ask anymore, I don't think.
And also, even on the sort of priests and temples questions, you are right that there are not many Brahmins in Delhi who are priests in temples, but I think all the priests in Delhi are surely Brahmins.
Exactly.
So that also...
Yeah, in fact, in Grammar of Caste, I exactly say that, which is, ask it the other way around. How many non-Brahmins are priests in temples?
Exactly. So, right there. And the bit about family networks is true. It's so unseen that people are getting jobs through different networks. And those networks will often be based around whatever community you're born into and so on and so forth. And that added layer is important. What you just pointed out about how upper caste people in interviews, they won't even think askance if somebody asks them, what's your caste or even what's your last name? A question like, what's your last name means absolutely nothing to me. I will just say my last name.
Exactly.
But if you are Dalit, it means the world because there is that added layer which is unseen for most other people. So here's, one of the really influential early books in the economics of discrimination was, of course, a book, The Economics of Description by Gary Becker in 1957. I'll briefly summarize for the listeners the point that he makes, which is an influential point and one that makes a lot of sense. It is that the cost of discrimination is not just borne by the person discriminated against, but also by the discriminator.
Correct.
Like, let us say that you are a company which pays Brahmins 10 rupees and Dalits 8 rupees to hire them.
Right.
For example, if you discriminate, somebody who doesn't discriminate because of the market value of labor is actually getting cheaper labor. And in fact, is, I would argue, even getting a better workforce, because today we know there are studies which show that the best indicator of good decision making is neither intelligence nor education, but diversity in the room. So diversity is a quality to aspire for its own sake, which is not something which there would have been studies in 1957 on. So whoever is discriminating is therefore also suffering the cost of that. So if, and this is a big if you have a competitive marketplace where there is competition, then anyone who discriminates automatically is at a disadvantage. Now, this doesn't mean that nobody will discriminate. Some people might want to do what I think in the literature is called taste-based discrimination, where they decide that they want to discriminate anyway because their personal values are like that or whatever, but they bear a cost for it, which is very much as it should be. But the theory there would be that as you have a more flourishing economy, larger economic networks as you would in cities, for example, and more competition, then you would have caste-based discrimination or indeed discrimination of any kind go down, because that discrimination is sort of expensive. Now, obviously in India, this hasn't played out fully yet because our markets are still not as open as should be. You don't have those levels of competition. We do have, caste-based discrimination, I would argue, would be less in the cities than in villages, but we haven't come anywhere close to solving the problem. And it's just a muddy swimming pool, for example. So how does one what was your engagement, for example, with Becker's work? And did you feel that in a sense it's really, because you can't disentangle all the different things that are happening, how useful was it to use, as a frame or as one possible frame in terms of looking at what is happening in our cities?
So Becker talks about discrimination that exists in the marketplace, which is different from a like or a dislike. So his point is that when does a dislike become discrimination? Which is when you're willing to pay a price for it. So you're willing to take a cut in your income to have the ability to discriminate. Right? So that's the point that you were making, which is discrimination is costly to the discriminator as well. And I find that element of Becker's theory very powerful. And, the other theory I teach is by Kenneth Arrow, which is statistical discrimination. And both Arrow and Becker, of the economists of that time, with very few 2-3 equations, they beautifully summarize, which today's authors might take, very fancy looking many equations, etc. So I find both the theories very illuminating and insightful. However, I don't think anywhere in the world with the increase in the spread of markets has discrimination come down. So I think it boils down to the question of how do we make sure that discrimination is really costly? I mean, it must make we have to have incentives such that it should be very difficult, it should be very costly for a person to exercise discrimination in the marketplace. Likes and dislikes you cannot control. People will always have them, right? But in certain settings, discrimination is more costly than in other settings, right? So, for example, one of the things in India is that we don't have a broad-based anti-discrimination law. We have the Prevention of Atrocities Acts against SC/ST that addresses an important part of the problem, which is hate crimes, which are targeted against certain communities for who they are. But the burden of proof is very high under that act. And also the whole system needs to be sort of militates against a conviction because the police will not register a report, etc., the whole thing. So while it's an important act, it doesn't cover microaggressions. It doesn't cover daily acts of discrimination. It's not a broad-based anti-discriminatory law. And so there is, our legal system, that's another problem. But my point is that even in principle, there is no anti-discrimination law, whether it's about caste or gender or disability or anything else for that matter. So there is no legal framework that makes discrimination costly, right? Now, even in the United States, the person that I mentioned earlier, William Darity Jr., who's at Duke, he has been campaigning in the US along with others. Look at what he calls ADOS, American descendants of slavery, not of slaves. Not that individuals have to be descendants of slaves, but African Americans today are descendants of the system of slavery. That's his point. And he has a lot of statistics about how, whether you take the median wealth gap, education, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not about education as many economists argue in the US context, which is that blacks are less educated. That explains everything. No. So even whites with no college education earn more than blacks with college education, for example, et cetera, et cetera. So he has a whole bunch of things. So his point is that what can be done in the US to address the wealth gap between whites and American descendants of slavery, ADOS community. So, my point is that maybe the market won't fix this problem in itself, And what the best interventions are, that question is open. We can all discuss and debate it. Reservations is a very tiny, tiny, tiny little tool which is chipping away at one tiny part of the problem. But given in the absence of anything else, I think it should stay. But I think we should continue to debate about what is it that's going to make a dent. But prior to that comes the recognition. As long as we deny that the problem is big, we are never going to get at the solutions.
So, a couple of points to what you said. As far as the question of market solving discrimination in the way that Becca suggested would happen, I would say that, nothing is a panacea, right? You are going to have discrimination, and it's the same swimming pool problem that in places where you have flourishing competitive marketplaces, but discrimination still exists. You don't know the counterfactual. What if the markets were less free? Would there have been, more or less discrimination? We don't know that. So it just becomes a question of what prism you go in with when you address a subject like that. And the other sort of position I have, or bias I have, or preference that I have is just of being extremely wary of coercive state solutions. For I just think that an anti-discrimination law would just be posturing. It would, the intention would be great. The outcome would be absolutely nothing. Wherever, the state has tried to, I think a lot of social problems need to be solved by society, and the state should, of course, step in when the rights of people are being infringed. But when you try to do social engineering through state coercion, I'm not sure it works. For example, we had everybody agrees that there should be maternity leave, but when you had that recent Maternity Leave Act, it hurt women more than it helped them because employment went down. And I'll link to pieces that kind of show that, which I had commissioned for Pragati by Devika Kher and Suman Joshi. And so I'm sort of wary of coercive approaches kind of by the state. I think these are deep, deep social problems, which at some point, and like you said, it's muddy. We don't know what the solutions are. But just to sort of underscore, I found what you've written about Arrow and Arrow's work on statistical discrimination also to be illuminative of the way social pressures work out to make a situation worse. So I'll quickly sum that up for my listeners, and you can tell me if I've missed a nuance or made a mistake. And he basically talks about how, there can be these self-fulfilling prophecies in play, where if you're a Dalit or a woman, you just assume that certain professions are close to you, right? And because you assume that they are close to you because of social prejudices, which are obviously there, you don't pursue those fields, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy and a vicious circle. For example, in the case of gender, you could say that women are socialized to believe ki aap humanities paro, languages paro, STEM mat karo, and therefore you have less women going in for that, though increasingly, thankfully, in recent times, more and more, but otherwise you have less women going in for that. So which becomes an example of a self-fulfilling prophecy and the kind of statistical discrimination which Arrow talks about. And this can also result in disparities in the labor market, which are not happening directly because of discrimination at the time, but it's just the way that whole game has played out.
So first I'll push back. I completely agree on the state should not be able to exercise coercive power. Absolutely, no doubt about that. But I'll push back a little bit about the role of a legislation that's coming from the top. So for example, in the Constituent Assembly debates, Ambedkar was of the view that the approach suggested by Gandhi, which is a change of heart, abolish untouchability by doing the work so clean your own toilets, intermarry, etc. That relies too much on the individual initiative, and that's never going to happen because he felt that untouchability was an integral part of the caste system, whereas Gandhi thought that untouchability is a part of the caste system that's not good, but the rest of the caste system is fine. And Ambedkar questioned that. And his point is that unless you make it mandatory, it's not going to happen. And today, the reason that India has whatever the magnitude of that, and obviously not enough, but today the reason that India has a Dalit middle class that's vocal, that's active, we see all these autobiographies coming out. It's not by no means enough, and the problem is much larger than that. But this has happened because of the compulsory affirmative action. In Scandinavia, the fact that you now see women in government and in corporate boardrooms, it's completely normal to see women now as ministers, as important spokesperson. It has come because of a gender quota. So my point is that I'm not saying that the state has to step in and solve every problem, because it can't. And also there's a problem of endogeneity. The state machinery that is supposed to implement reservations, for example, is itself the personnel are themselves very, very caste conscious. So they find all ways of scuttling that program and jeopardizing and so that's always an issue. So what do you do when the problem is endogenous to the state, right? So that's always an issue. But sometimes when the problem is very deep rooted and unlikely to be solved by individual change of heart, I feel there's a case to be made for a top-down legislative kind of a measure with the full, checks and balances put in about coercion not being used, etc. The main problem is that this endogeneity of the state, shows up here, is that reservation is there. You have to do it constitution. Nobody checks. People couldn't be bothered about whether it's working, whether there's, I've tried to collect data on this question. You will not believe that there's no website anywhere in the government, all the websites, that just tells you the progress of SC/ST seats reserved through different ministries, through different bodies over time. I've tried to collect data from here, there, everywhere. So I have an incomplete database. But if it's such an important policy, why isn't there data on this? Do we know whether there's 22.5% reservation at the national level? And I did this paper on Indian Railways, where we collected data from the railways. There, we discovered that if you look at over time and across zones, we don't have 22.5% reservation in all the 4 levels of Indian railway services. But is that an issue? Are we solving that problem anywhere? I don't think so. I don't hear any discussion about it. Whereas if you go to the Safai Karmcharis and the lowest level, it's much higher than 22.5%. So if you look at only Safai Karmcharis, which is a separate category of workers, it's about 90% is SC. I don't see any march on the street today to say abolish inequality in jobs for Safai Karmcharis. All castes must be equally represented. Why not? So, we have to think of how deep-rooted and structural these problems are. And then think about whether individual initiative will change this, or even if you talk the language of incentives, what is it that will shift incentives? That's the question that I'm asking. I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know what the contours of the anti-discriminatory law are going to be. And maybe that. I think it's needed anyway, regardless of anything else. Whether that will solve the problem or not, okay, maybe not. But how would you change the incentives such that people find it costly to discriminate along these? It's an open question. And I would encourage everybody to think about it.
Yeah, and on the Gandhi-Ambedkar debates, as ever, I agree with both of them in different aspects of the problem. I completely agree with Ambedkar about the toxicity of caste. And in fact, caste is not the only thing wrong with Hinduism, but there is just a lot that is toxic. So there I'm completely with him. I think a lot of the things that Gandhi said on caste were just virtue signaling and waffling and, not going far enough, honestly. However, where I am more sympathetic towards Gandhi, and this is, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, is on the means adopted to get there, where Gandhi's point was that real social change comes from the bottom up, and that's where it's long lasting. And if you do something top down, it'll just be on the surface. And I think Ambedkar realized this when he spoke of the constitution being just a topsoil, and that the ground underneath, as we saw from his quote on villages earlier, it's just so messy. But I mean, there was nothing he could do. This was the best that he could do at the time. Social change can take decades. So I understand where that's coming from. And honestly, when I spoke of a top-down intervention, I wasn't even thinking of affirmative action. I was thinking of more like anti-discrimination law, which in my mind, in practice, on the ground, would achieve nothing. It might even create perverse incentives of different types, and it would just give activists the satisfaction of being able to say ki haan humne kuch kiya. It's really in the category in my mind of saying that we must do something, this is something, therefore let's do it. So I'm going to be a bit cynical about state-led.
We'll let's stop.
But we can agree to disagree.
I mean, I'm just saying that we need to collectively think about what is it that will make it costly for people to discriminate. Let's stop there. I mean, I think that's the real question.
I agree with you.
And so I think that's the question but before we do that, we have to recognize and admit that discrimination is a current contemporary problem. So there's not that much agreement on it. Not as much as you. So I'll tell you about another paper of mine, which I did with Dean Spears, where we looked at charitable giving. Now, in social psychology, there is a phenomenon called the identified victim effect, which is, when you get these charity ke liye donations, they always show you a picture of a little girl or something and will give you a name. That Sarita in Muzaffarpur, Bihar is, can't go to school. Please donate for her education, etc. And in social psychology literature, experiment after experiment in a variety of cultural settings has found that an identified victim, which is you put a name and a face, always gets greater charity than a statistical cause. You could just translate all this to say, so many million girls in Bihar are lacking education. Please donate to a charity which is working for their cause. As opposed to Sarita in Bihar is. So Sarita in Bihar ad will get more charitable donations than a generic charity. So what we did was we did 3 experiments. Upper caste Hindus, Dalit Hindus, OBCs and Muslims. And then we had a named ad and a statistical ad. Right? And we found that for all other categories, the named ad got higher donations than the statistical ad, which proves the identified victim effect. But for Dalits, it was opposite. So the charity, the statistical charity got more donation than a named Dalit victim. So when we first sent it with just one experiment to the referee, they said, how do you know that people are recognizing this as a Dalit name? It could just be some name that they picked up. And we had 4 names for each category. So it wasn't linked to any one name. It was all 4 names aggregated. Then we did a 2-stage experiment where we first gave names and said, write the caste do you think they belong to. And then for every category, we gave 20 names and we booked the 5 most recognized names. And then using those names, we ran the experiment again and the result went through. And this links with a larger literature in the social psychology field, which believes, and we are seeing some of it play out today in India's context, where some victims are seen as deserving of sympathy and other victims are seen as deserving the fate that they got. In other words, they generate disgust or they generate anger. So certain victims get a lot of sympathy for their situation. Another person in exactly the same situation, or even worse, will not get that sympathy. And that depends on which group that person belongs to. So is the group worthy of sympathy or not? And that is what that paper is about, and we are seeing that being played out.
I completely agree with you, and maybe it's just a selection bias of the circles that I move in, but I can't think of anyone who really denies that there is a caste problem in India, right? It is our deepest problem. I mean, even, for example...
nobody denies it, but is it just something, there was big gaps in the past and we are sort of narrowing and getting better? And so eventually it's just a question of when we achieve convergence? Or is it that there's divergence going on right now? On that, there is.
Right, because my sense is that the modern bigots which we see around us are actually happy to boast about caste discrimination. For example, when, Bilkis Bano's rapists and the killers of a family were released, there was a BJP MP or MLA or whatever saying those things on air about how, oh, they are Brahmins, so they can't be bad. So they kind of seem to wear their casteism on their sleeve. So,
I'm talking about academic circles.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway.
And just to sort of get back, I completely agree that, that people who decry some solutions have to then come up with the solutions. My is that, just looking through history, that coercive state solutions don't often do much. And I think the incentives have to change, and they have to change from within society. And I think if we had a faster growing economy, more urbanization, the incentives would change in the direction that I think Becker broadly says that they would. But, it's a swimming pool problem. Is it happening because of this or that? So my final question on this subject before we go on to talking about gender, Thomas Sowell, who's of course an African-American economist, written many great books which I love, wrote this influential book in early 2000s, Affirmative Action Around the World, where he looked at affirmative action in a number of different cities. And what he essentially concluded was that in the countries that he looked at, he couldn't find any beneficial effect of it on the groups under question. Obviously, individuals who receive affirmative action will benefit, but on the groups themselves, he couldn't find any long-term sort of impact. And one could argue that this is again the swimming pool problem. Like, how do you disentangle? There are no counterfactuals, all of that. I understand that. And a couple of the points he made about it was that, among many points, and a couple of the points he made was that, number one, the benefits, of course, went to those who were relatively more privileged among the groups in question. So that's a creamy layer argument. And the other point was one of group polarization. And in your book itself, I'll quote this para by you, where at one point you write, quote, "What is often loosely called a quota mentality can be interpreted to engender a certain brand of identity politics which draws sustenance from the existence of caste-based fissures. The proponents of this brand of identity politics, for example, the current Chief Minister of UP and leader of the Bahujan Samaj Party Mayawati, would much rather keep caste divisions alive as it justifies their existence. Quotas then become a tool for mobilizing their constituency rather than an instrument of genuine empowerment of Dalits. This brand of identity politics is therefore inimical to the idea of annihilation of caste, and though the leadership might use Ambedkar's iconic value to further its case, its actual practices are antithetical to Ambedkar's vision and goal of a casteless society." Stop quote. And this was written, I think, in 2010. So obviously, when you're referring to UPCM and all that, it's sort of from that time. But this is the other criticism that is sometimes made against reservations, and it's twofold. And one is that it's sort of that while the Constitution says that we will treat everyone equally, this solidifies these differences of identity. And can that be a good thing? Can that lead to more polarization? Yeah, and the second is that reservations can then become a political tool, which are used for political purposes where the original function is kind of forgotten. And you yourself have pointed out that many of the OBCs who've mobilized it, like the Jats of Haryana, the Marathas of Maharashtra, the Patels of Gujarat, are actually relatively well-to-do. And it could be argued that they don't need affirmative action at all. Certainly, they so how does one kind of look at these? I mean, these are the para I quoted, of course, is something that, you were in a sense sort of summarizing a certain approach to it, but your overall conclusion was that quotas are needed. They may make little difference, but they do make a difference. So, what's your feeling on all of this?
So let me start with the second question. So just FYI, the Marathas, Jats and Patels have not yet been included in the OBC category. And our paper, one of my papers with Rajesh, we look at the justification of that demand, and we find no justification in that. So first of all, I would make a big distinction between OBCs and SCs.
Correct.
Administratively speaking, because even in terms of the stigmatization that comes from untouchability, OBCs have not faced that stigma. So socioeconomic deprivation is one thing. I don't think reservation should be used to solve that problem. Socioeconomic deprivation of any section of the population is bad, and we have to find other solutions for it. And growth, of course, is one of the mechanisms, but we can think of other things as well. So I think the OBC problem and the SC problem, first of all, have to be separated. And I've said that the entire time. For Dalits, the issue is the stigma of untouchability. And unfortunately, untouchability pervades the mindset of people even today. Just recently, the Rajasthan teacher boy drinking water, that episode happened. Every day there's something or the other, right? So I think that Dalits and OBC reservation, I've never seen that in the same bracket. And I think that the problem is that reservation as a tool has become overextended. So anybody who has socioeconomic deprivation, give reservation. That's not a solution. I don't think. I think reservations was intended to be used for a group that suffers historical stigma due to birth in a particular caste. And I still think that should be the focus of reservations. So one thing. The second thing about solidifying caste identities is look at the counterfactual. There are many, 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 many arenas where reservation plays no role. You look at the entire private sector, you look at the MSME sector, you look at any type of job. Okay. Now, if we were to find evidence that forget about government jobs where reservation matters or government education where reservation matters, look at everything else. What is the evidence on the convergence or divergence between upper caste and Dalits? And I'm not bringing OBC into the picture, just upper caste and Dalits. Has it been reducing in areas where reservation doesn't matter? Because that's the only counterfactual I can think of. There is a swimming pool problem here, but there is one section where there's reservation, one there isn't. So do we see two opposite trends? In fact, the opposite. If anything, the small, tiny part of our economy where there is reservation has lower gaps between upper caste and Dalits than the arena where there's no reservation. The creamy layer question, that's a question that's often asked. Anybody who goes into higher education in India is in the creamy layer of any caste. Okay? We never make that argument about anyone else. Right? Saying that, so many generations preceding this person have gotten into college admission, so maybe this person should not get priority. Do we make that argument anywhere? Nowhere. In fact, so if we are advantaged because of our social capital, inherited legacy of just many, many, many generations who are educated, who have access to knowledge, access to books, it's a way of life. We are not particularly bothered about inequality there. Or we never make this argument that a particular benefit should be toned down or withheld because poorer Brahmins need to go or poorer upper caste need to get in. We'll never make that argument about upper caste. So I just don't understand where by stricture, Dalits were denied education for centuries, And so the generation of Dalit families that have education, goes back 3, maximum 4 in Kerala maybe. You're comparing that to literally an unending chain of, educational privilege. So I think that there is a little bit of, and so in my view, reservation should be targeted towards the most needy. In my book, that's Dalits. Identity politics is a different question. We can talk about that later, but I'm not an expert on that question. I'm not a political scientist. But that's a slightly separate question from an objective reality and what you do. It's like a racetrack. Think of a circular racetrack. If an accident of birth puts you in the outermost ring of the circular racetrack, and an accident of birth puts me in the innermost ring, and we are both given the same time to win the race, and we have similar abilities, who's winning? I'll win always. Just because I happen to be born, I happen to be placed by an accident of birth on the innermost ring. I have the shortest distance to run. In sports, we very easily adjust for that by giving the outermost person an advantage. Just a little bit of a advantage in the beginning. So I think equality of opportunity, I'm not talking about equality of outcomes. I think my focus is on equality of opportunity. Outcomes will be unequal and, as long as they are not unequal on account of birth, I think that's really the question we need to think about.
I agree with you entirely on the importance of equality of opportunity, and I think we'd both agree that caste is really the most toxic thing about our society. Those, so we're going to talk about gender next, so that definitely kind of competes with it. So what I'd urge everyone listening to do is, no matter what you feel the possible solutions for this problem are, as long as you accept that this is a problem, you need to know the extent of the problem and the contours of the problem and the nuances of the problem, and the best way of doing that is by engaging with the literature on it, and you are absolutely the pioneer on that, obviously. So please read Ashwini Deshpande's books and many, many papers which, cast so much illumination on this, because we need to sort of understand the extent of the problem till we can argue from our ivory towers what should we do. Let's talk about gender now, So, for many years you did this pioneering work on caste, and obviously part of doing this work also showed you that added layer of gender, as you've pointed out that, Dalits get the burst of it it, but female Dalits are even worse off, So at what point did your attention shift to gender as a subject to study? And now, of course, you've written about it. You have serious insights. I'll link to talks you've given on the subject on YouTube also from the show notes. So tell me a little bit about...
Yeah, so I did those couple of maybe 2 or 3, I can't remember, but I did a few early papers where looking at caste, gender, etc., etc. But it wasn't any systematic set of work. And I think from about 2013-14, 2-3 things came together in, as is the case, I guess, with my life. Purely accidentally, things happened. One of those was, Vijendra Rao, who's known as Biju Rao, who's in the World Bank. He approached me and asked if I would be interested in doing an evaluation of the World Bank supported program in Maharashtra on the self-help groups. And I just said yes, because I thought it would be a good opportunity for me to visit rural Maharashtra other than Rahmatpur. And, my father was alive at that time. So I thought, it'll be very nice for me to just visit him. Every time I go to Maharashtra, I can just visit my father. Also just to establish a better connection. So I agreed. And we chose 10, Biju was not a part of that study, but I chose 10 poorest districts in Maharashtra, which of course was not really in Western Maharashtra. Most of it was Eastern, and there's Nandurbar and all that. Again, a part of Maharashtra that I'd never been to. In fact, I went to Gadchiroli, which is a Naxal, where the Naxalite problem is particularly severe. So that was a sort of Naxalite territory. So it just gave me an entry point into a completely different world that I had not encountered before. And so I was excited by that. So that fieldwork, we sampled 10,000 households across 10 poorest districts in Maharashtra. And that's got me thinking about livelihoods, women, getting together. These are very poor women who organize themselves in self-help groups and meet once a week and save small amounts till they become bigger, and there's a village organization, then they get some money from the government, etc., and then they can form federations, etc. So the whole structure. When I went into it, I was very skeptical about this program, and I felt like the government is not giving them jobs, or jobs are not getting generated in rural India. And this is just a little, you do something and you get these women together, and it's not a very effective program. That was my understanding. And I thought that the mobilization also was just formal and it didn't have any substantive effect on women's lives. But that was my prior. Of course, I didn't say that to anyone. It was just in my thought. And what I saw on the field completely changed my view about it. There were points where I had tears in my eyes looking at the conditions of these women, but their resolve to meet once a week and save 10 rupees per week, which 2013, 10 rupees is a small amount for us anytime, but for them it was a fairly substantial amount. And often I would say, where do you save these 10 rupees from? And they would say, we cut down milk in our tea, not for the husband, but for themselves to save these 10 rupees. And the data, I have another paper about can weak ties create social capital, because these are non-kinship based groups. These are women that you don't know otherwise, and you're engaging with them. Anyway, there's a whole thing on the SHG movement, etc. And while in our sample, we didn't find a huge effect on livelihoods, but it showed me something about the willingness of women to leave their homes, to go out, to meet other women, to engage with the village officials, their propensity to engage with the Gram Panchayat, to ask for the ration shop to be opened if it was not open. Their overall collective action propensity is markedly better if they are members of SHGs compared to when they are not. And we've done a bunch of things to, eliminate all these swimming pool issues, etc., etc. And our sample is big enough that we have the power to do that. And that really got me thinking, looking at the social norms issue very differently. These are women that they don't have to mobilize in these SHGs. It's not making an immediate difference to their livelihoods. But it is, I think, a problem with jobs creation, which is that there aren't avenues of employment in rural India. These are women burdened by domestic work, yet they want to find the time, that one time, This whole assumption that women don't want to leave their homes, I don't know where it's coming from, but it's become such a pervasive assumption. I've never seen it. Never, ever. Women want to leave their homes. Honestly, believe me. Anyway, so this sort of got me thinking. And then, of course, there was this paper that happened. And then there was Professor Naila Kabir. She's at LSE. She asked me if I would partner with her on a paper on West Bengal because she's an expert. She's originally Bangladeshi. And so she's done a bunch of work on Bangladesh. And so we thought if you look at the West Bengal Bangladesh comparison, it'll give us a nice insights into, because the cultural factors are counterintuitive there. Because Bangladesh is Islamic and West Bengal is majority not Islamic. And the sort of a very popular but erroneous view in this literature is that Islam is a constraint to female labor force participation. But if that were the case, then Bangladesh should have been lower than West Bengal. But we don't find that. In fact, not just labor force participation, but fertility rates, adoption of contraceptives is higher in Bangladesh than in West Bengal. So talk about, cultural stereotypes completely playing out differently actually in the real world. Anyway, so because I'd done this fieldwork in Maharashtra, I had, sort of suddenly encountered questions that I had not encountered before in my mind. I agreed and we applied, she was applying for funding and I became a co-applicant. We got funding and we did fieldwork in West Bengal. And so there's a quantitative component to it, which I have worked on, and there's a qualitative component to it, which Naila is working on, because she does more qualitative work, which are interviews with women, trying to understand the role of constraints and the role of, what is it that's preventing them from working? Is it just that there's not work available? Is it domestic chores? At least in the quantitative section, we find that it's really the disproportionate burden of women being responsible for domestic work. This not childcare. It's cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, things like that. And I know that you have international listeners, so I just want to say one thing, which is that one big difference between South Asia and other countries in the world is that these tasks are done in South Asian homes every day and several times a day. In most South Asian homes, fresh meals or hot meals are cooked at least twice, if not thrice. Because our homes are not air-conditioned and insulated, we clean our homes every day. Clothes get washed every day because we don't have washing machines. We don't store dirty clothes. Many people are too poor to have those many clothes that they can go for a week without. So washing clothes gets done every day. Dishes get done every day, several times a day. Cooking gets done every day. Cleaning gets done every day. These are tasks that in the West, either don't get done every day or don't get frequently done in a day. And there are dishwashers, washing machines, etc., right? And so these elements add a particularly heavy level of domestic chores to women in South Asia that you don't find in other parts. And the cultural norm that is a real victim is not Islam, not veiling. We asked about the practice of veiling, parda. It isn't that. It is the disproportionate responsibility of being, responsible for domestic chores, which is women. And that is the real supply side constraint that needs to be fixed. The demand side constraint is that in rural India, the rate of job creation is very low. The agricultural technology has displaced female labor more than male labor in agriculture. And whenever there's a shock, like a drought, my colleague Kanika Mahajan has a paper on drought. I have a paper on demonetization. I have another paper on COVID, right? Or whenever there's a shock, unanticipated external shock and exogenous shock, it hurts female employment more than it does male, right? So I think we have to contextualize the role of cultural norms and the role of just plain demand supply side factors. Now you can say everything is cultural norms. If it is labor market discrimination, that's also cultural norms. If you take that view, then there are every society is governed by regressive cultural norms, which is an argument obviously nobody makes, right? So I think that there is something called economic discrimination, and I think India has it too. Indian women are just as ready to move out of their homes as other women are elsewhere in the world. What is it that's tying them down? Two things. Not enough jobs in rural India, and B, domestic chores. So this is the twin problem that we have to solve. Childcare or elderly care. Even I've looked at the Time Use Survey data in 2019. For rural women, that is not the major constraint because of the way children are brought up in rural India. They're not individually supervised in a way that you think in a sort of a Western nuclear family setup. All right. And the decline in female labor force participation rates has been in rural India. Urban India has always been low, but it's stagnant. It hasn't changed. Final point on this is that many of us have argued that the proportion of women in economically active work has not declined, but the amount of work they're doing has declined, and that gets picked up in the measurement issue. And there's a researcher called Nicholas Lee, who's at Ryerson University in Canada. He's analyzed the time use survey data for 2019 and the pilot survey, which was done in 1998. There are 6 states there. He's looked at the same 6 states in 2019, and he finds exactly the same thing, that the proportion of women who are economically active is the same, but the hours they work have declined drastically in 2019 compared to 98. And finally, my paper with my student Jitendra Singh, we use longitudinal data and we show that literally every 4 months, women are entering and exiting employment over frequent intervals. 4-month intervals are too short for social norms to change. So they suddenly don't become favorable and women go out, suddenly become unfavorable, women come in. That can't be it. And we've accounted for all other explanations. So when you put, these are the dots, Amit, that we were talking about earlier. Now, when you put all these dots and start joining them, the picture that emerges is that, yes, there is a problem of domestic chores, but that can be solved. Other countries in the world have provided for providing these services out of the home, whether it's childcare, whether it's free, good canteens. China set up canteens at every workplace so that women and men didn't have to cook at home in the morning before going to work. There can be a number of initiatives that can be done, even in rural India, that can solve for these issues. Provided we again realize that it's solvable, actionable policies and not mindsets that are keeping women out of the labor force.
Wonderful. I want to double click into a bunch of these. But before that, elaborate a bit on one nuance which you have pointed out in your writing and in the talks that you've given, which is that we need to think of the low level of women in the working in the workforce and the decline as two separate issues.
Yeah.
So just elaborate on what that difference is and why that difference is important in thinking about the issue.
Yeah. So the low level, I think, is related to the domestic chores issue and the fact, 2 things. One is domestic chores. The other thing that I didn't mention is that rural India has family-owned enterprises that give livelihood, that generate livelihoods. It can be farming, fishing, orchards, basket making, gourd making, achar making, selling them in the thing. Now, all of these enterprises run on the backs of free labor provided by the women in the household, including children. Right? Now, these women do not distinguish between their work on the economic enterprise and their work which is in the purely domestic sphere. For them, it's all housework. And they are not seen as workers on the economic enterprise, neither by their families, nor by the enumerator who comes and is asking about, who's working in this household, etc. And so they slip through the cracks of the statistical system. Because they don't get recognized as workers, they don't have any share in the earnings of the family enterprise. And they can't go to a bank and say, oh, we have this family enterprise and I'm going to, whereas the husband can go because he's recognized as the owner and worker of that family enterprise. And so while recognizing them as workers doesn't mean that they will get automatically an equal share or in the income or, increase their say in decision making. But that's a first step. So that's a low level argument, which is the measurement, which is that there are these women who are active on economic work, not getting counted, right? So that's the low-level argument. The other is domestic chores, which is if hypothetically work was available, you can't access it because of this overwhelming responsibility of domestic chores. So that's a level argument. The decline, that's where the technology change, the fact that men migrate out to cities, the women are doing predominantly the agricultural work or whatever the family enterprise is, but they are working fewer hours in other type of work that gets counted because work is fractured and not available on a long-term basis. Like a contracting work, for example. They might work 10 days instead of 30, which is what is needed to show up in the data as a worker, right? And that, if you look at the NSS data from 2004, it's very clear decline. For men also a little bit, but for women, strikingly more. So I think that while overall it's the same problem, they are not two separate problems, but when we analyze them, we have to look at the reasons for the low level differentially from the reasons for, just the other day, there's another paper that actually I'll be presenting next week, a new paper, where we looked at SHG membership mobilization, which is increasing, and labor force participation rate, which is decreasing, and how the two are connected. So that paper I'm presenting for the first time next week. And for that paper, to put a graph in that paper, I was looking at LFPRs in 2000s. India was at about 40 some percent there. Italy was at about 50%. So not a big gap. But after 2000s, India has gone down and Italy has gone up. Turkey, not that much difference in 2000 between India and, so the level effect. But the trajectory has been in the opposite direction. So if you look at 2000s, India was low, but not so dramatically low. So again, the social norm story will miss that element. Because if it was they are so dramatically different, why did we have India so much closer to some of the European countries? Admittedly, not to Scandinavia and all that. True. But, so that's the thing. And so we have to analyze the decline, because obviously something is happening in the last 15 years that's led to the decline, and that we should fix that. And then we have to go back to the problem of increasing the levels too, right? Because even at its peak, it was like 38 to 40%, which is not a great LFPR figure, right? But if we start working on the decline first, maybe we'll, come to a point where we can think of the level effect.
See, I think this is an exact example of how an economist can use data in a bad way. Now, a bad economist could take the data point you just gave and conclude that what has happened is that women from India have gone to Italy and started working there, which explains the diverse. Yeah, ऐसा भी कह सकते हैं ना. Yeah, ऐसा भी कह सकते हैं. कहने को क्या है? So, I've done episodes on sort of female labor force participation with Namita Bhandare, with Shreyana Bhattacharya earlier in the year, and an extremely popular episode. I'll link them from the show notes. And what you said about women working in family-owned enterprises and that not being recognized is resonant, because a recent guest of mine on this show, Vinay Singhal, he grew up in a village in Haryana, and he speaks about how his father used to run this kirana store and a little business, I think distributing grain or whatever, and his mother would cook for all the workers. Yeah. So, she would never be recognized as part of the business, never get kind of paid for it. I mean, obviously. She's not getting, recognized for all the unpaid work she does even. But that's kind of how it is. Another fascinating phenomenon that you've written about, which I'll ask you to elaborate upon, is what we discussed earlier, the U-shaped relationship between education and employment and the implications of that. So tell me a little bit about that.
So I think overall, if you look at from the 2000s, education levels of Indian women have drastically risen. And not just in primary, secondary, but also tertiary. So, for example, in colleges where we, the spaces that we inhabit, it's not at all unusual to find a 50-50 or even a 60-40 classroom where 60% is female and 40% is male, including in subjects like economics and STEM, etc. So in India, actually, women's enrollment in tertiary education has dramatically increased. And male-female education gaps in terms of levels of education have dramatically decreased. The problem is that the highly educated women, which is, PG and above, or illiterate women, the two ends of the spectrum, they work. Illiterate women, partly it's obviously a class issue. So they will work whatever informal work, daily wage work,
their
whatever
income
it
is important.
Their income is, every day is a question of survival. So you have to work. So you'll do something to get by. Highly educated women, there is a market. And highly educated women, labor force participation is also high, which is, by the way, contradicts that famous income effect argument in which economists make. So, but the middle level, some of it could be that they're still in school. But even when you take women 20 and above, which is unlikely that they're going to be in school, the issue is that job opportunities for girls who finish class 8 or 10 or 12, even when you think about it in cities, there aren't those kinds of job opportunities. So think about, say, a mobile repair shop. Have you ever seen a woman sitting in a mobile repair shop and doing it? But why not? Why couldn't she do it? Nowadays, I find I think DLF, one of the courier companies, uses women to deliver packages to homes. And why is it that city women can't do that? They can, right? And obviously DLF has taken a view. Drivers, there can be a whole bunch of other jobs that middle-level education, women with middle-level education can reasonably do, provided we fix the infrastructure, right? So recently I used this company called Blue Smart to go to the airport, and there was a female driver, and I was very intrigued. So I talked to her a lot about it. And so she was saying that in Delhi, it's very difficult to get toilets to stop in the middle for the women in public to go to, because in Gurgaon, they are non-existent. In Delhi, at least some petrol pumps have female toilets. Noida apparently is very good. So literally every kilometer, she says that we can find, toilets for women. Now that would be already a big disincentive, discouragement for female drivers. I mean, you're on the road the whole day. You need a space where you can use the washroom, right? Things like that. So it needs a mindset to draw women into occupations that can be done with this middle level of education. And recently I've got, biggish grant from the Gates Foundation to precisely pilot with the private sector to work out initiatives that pull women into the labor force, but also allow them to become self-employed or entrepreneurs, not just in the traditional beauty parlor, tailor, cook sector, but other things as well, because women are getting more and more educated and they can do other things. It's partly a question of mindset, partly a question of networks. And I don't know how much we'll be able to do, but we are partnering with big private sector employers to see what solutions can be found. Because I do definitely believe that the problem is solvable, and I do believe that it's a demand side problem more than, let me rephrase that. I think that if you make big changes on the demand side, supply side will adjust itself. I don't think, talking about the mindset thing that we talked about earlier, if we wait for mindsets to change inside families without any changes in the external economic conditions, that's not going to happen. So as opportunities become available, women start leaving the house, families will have to adjust, to that situation, as they did everywhere else. I mean, even developed countries today, take Britain, for example. It didn't have the labor force participation rate of women that it has today. It didn't have that in the, early decades of the 20th century. Women did stay at home and they were, homemakers, caregivers, etc., etc. But family dynamics changed as women exited. That's the causation. Not that first family dynamics changed, then women exited. It hasn't happened in history. And I'm pretty sure India will be the same.
And just to clarify for the listener who may not be familiar with some of these terms, what you mean by supply side issues are things like marriage, motherhood.
Yes.
Maybe there are those conservative norms at home.
So these are all, supply side means anything that affects women's supply of their own labor to the market.
Exactly. And your point is that no, women want to go out and work, right? Partly because of how their homes are and, they've got desires.
Have aspirations.
They have aspirations and which human being doesn't? So
exactly.
it's you solve the demand side, you kind of solve the big side of that problem. So here's another question. Long back with 3 women guests, I had done an episode called Metrics of Empowerment, where the question I threw at them was that if we are to kind of get a sense of how far women are progressing or have progressed, what are those metrics of empowerment? And these ranged from serious ones like I put forth, and I'd written a column on it many years back, which got me a lot of flack, where I said that rising divorce rates are fantastic because they indicate that more and more women are getting empowered to get out of toxic relationships. And I don't remember, my guests were Devika, Hamsini, Nidhi. I don't remember what specific metrics they came up with. I think one of them was an increase in men using grocery apps. So things like, so a little out of the box and all that. Right. So if I can, and I can't honestly think of anyone better than you to answer this because you are both an expert in this subject as well as someone who thinks out of the box. So what are some sort of conventional and unconventional metrics that you can look at to say ki haan, ye acha ho raha hai, this is a good sign?
So, this is a very contested area about how do you measure empowerment. And my first point that I'll make is that it's a process. It's not a goalpost that you've reached, So I think the first mindset is that it's an ongoing process, and it's an ongoing process everywhere in the world. There's progress on some indicators, there's not as much progress on other indicators. So first things first, a very simple, and which I always ask in my interviews, in my fieldwork, is do you own a smartphone which you use yourself? It's not like there's a smartphone in the house which occasionally I get to use. No. Earlier, I used to ask, do you wear a watch? But aajkal ghadi koi nahi pehanta. But earlier, wearing a watch was, I thought, a very nice way of, because if the woman is wearing a watch, that means there's something time-bound that she needs to pay attention to, and domestic work is not time-bound in the same way It is, I mean, roughly speaking, time
हस्बैंड
not
के लिए हस्बैंड को रोटी टाइम पे चाहिए.
हाँ मतलब इतना कोई 10 बजे, आई मीन कम ऑन,
Correct.
इतना नहीं है, वो तो घड़ी घर में भी लगी रहती है,
I'm
wall
kidding,
clock and
yeah.
all. But if she's wearing a watch, that means she's either catching a bus or she's going somewhere and she needs to be back at a particular time. You know, this, it indicates some involvement in an activity that she needs to keep track of, so that, because घर का काम तो करना ही है, चाहे तुम बाहर काम करो ना करो, घर का तो करना ही करना है, right? So that's one good question. The smartphone one is another one. This grocery app one is nice. I like that thing. But you know, all these empowerment questions also I find, in fact, I was just talking to two very young researchers the other day, and one of the questions that all these questionnaires have is, do you go to, and then there is a list of places, and then answers are alone, with husband, da da da, etc., etc. And one of them, when they change it to the Indian format, they ask, do you go to the village fair / something, 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 and then alone, right? And most women say no to that. And my point is that women don't want to go alone to that, not because they're afraid. The whole activity is a social activity. मेले में जाना, चूड़ियां खरीदना, झूले पे बैठना, मेहंदी लगवाना, all of these are social activities and women look forward to that.
सहेली के साथ भी जा सकती है.
सहेली के साथ भी जा सकती है. So in the West, in a way that going alone is seen as a empowerment, it can be, and in certain contexts it is, but doing a leisure activity with other people in South Asia is not lack of empowerment. In fact, one of the things we saw in the SHG groups also, women love the fact, you know, I have so many videos of them singing and just, you know, that 1 hour that they spend together, they like it genuinely, you know, to be with other people. So, you know, sometimes when we think of, I don't think we should look for these global metrics of empowerment. I know that there's a quest to do that because of comparability issues, but I think that some sensitivity to context and to nuance. And the number of times I've seen this answer saying, oh, you know, Indian women don't go to the mela alone. Arey Baba, we don't want to go to the mela alone. The whole point about the mela is to have fun there. And we want to go with our friends. You know, it's not lack of empowerment.
I think the danger here is also what economists called isomorphic mimicry. कि, you know, I'd done an episode on this with Shruti and Alex, कि आप foreign से policy लाके इंडिया में ठपा देते हो और सोचते हो कि काम करेगा. And this seems to me like a foreign kind of mindset which you bring here and you assume that it will still apply. But the point is, like this nuance, we don't want to go to the mela alone.
Yeah, I mean, the question, if it had been, if you wanted to go alone, would you be able to?
Yeah.
That's a different thing. I mean, if supposing I really want to go to the mela alone, I should be allowed to do that. But if I don't ever go to a mela, and, you know, just take myself, me as an example, obviously I am quote unquote empowered enough to go anywhere alone, you know. But somehow it's in my head that when I watch a movie, particularly Hindi movie, I don't want to go alone. So I always look for a companion, not because I can't. Obviously I can. But the whole fun of going to a Hindi movie is to be with somebody, and I usually look for someone who would, you know. So, you know, often nowadays my daughter is my companion, earlier, you know, friends or whatever. But the whole point of it is the fun of it, right? So I always tell students that whenever you do make a questionnaire, first apply it to yourself and answer all the questions yourself. And then see whether the conclusions that it's drawing about you like those conclusions or not. Or making major financial purchases alone. I don't do it. I've never made a major financial purchase alone. I don't want to do it. If I buy a TV or a fridge or a gold bangle or property, all of which I've bought, but I want to consult my husband, I want to consult my family.
And even I don't do it. I mean, these are decisions you take together,
right? Because you are a family unit, and many of these are family things to enjoy, you know. So I just feel like we need to be more sensitive to questions and, you know, how they are framed, and how the question is framed will determine your answer, you know. So when you say alone, 0, okay, not empowered, you know. And hota, you know, people aggregate these zeros and ones, and the more the number of zeros are, wo kar denge. So that's what I was telling her. I said, nahi, please count alone and with husband ek saath karo, because I understand that there is a power dynamic between husband and wife, but otherwise, you know, if you just do this, otherwise there'll be so many zeros, because there are some activities that we do together. I don't think it's necessarily lack of empowerment.
And what you
So
just said about how you advise your researchers keep, answer it yourself. Don't just tick boxes. Don't
huh.
just blindly put the survey out there. That gets me to again thinking aloud about how in so many professions, especially in corporate setups, most people are going through the motions. They don't care deeply. In fact, because of incentives, you're likely to find the higher up you go in a company or a startup, the more the person is likely to care because skin in the game and or there's more at stake and all of that. But most people are going through the motions. Most people are ticking boxes. Most people are showing up for work. It's the same old grind. What's the scene in academia? Like, I just from my conversation with you, I can see how animated you are by these questions and you're thinking about every aspect of it. And I'm sure you're the kind of person who's like dreaming of conducting surveys and papers when you're asleep in REM sleep कि आज क्या सपना देखा नहीं मैं वो questionnaire बना रही थी. But in general, when you look at your colleagues and your associates and all that, do you feel that there is a similar phenomenon playing out there that many people, once they get into that particular kind of academic groove, they're just doing the thing that passion and engagement? I mean, what's the scene there?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think it'll be hard to sort of generalize. It depends a lot on location, where you are, the right institutional setting. And again, coming back to Ashoka, I have to say that Ashoka gives a very enabling environment. We have a very young department, large and young department. And I really love the energy because all these young people are there, doing different things. And some are working on theory, some are working on data. But there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of, what is the word I'm looking for? Vibrancy. That may not be the case elsewhere. And I think public institutions are going through a period of crisis for many different reasons and in many different ways. But I think once people start to lose that intellectual curiosity and excitement, I think that's where the death knell, that begins the death of because at the end of the day in academics, I mean, publishing, of course, it's important. I mean, I also would like to publish as much as I can.
You publish so many papers. I have not spoken to a guest who has the same frequency of papers जैसे आप करती हो.
नहीं.
It's like दूसरी औरतें रोटी बनाती है, आप पेपर पेलते हो.
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. You interview Karthik, ये वो, they are publishing in like हजार big journals.
वो भी outlier है अपनी तरह से.
वो तो खैर he's in a different league altogether. हाँ, state secretary से भी बात करता है, उधर journal भी publish करता है. वो तो चलो छोड़ो. What I'm trying to say is that I think that as a country, I think we really need to pay attention to this problem a great deal more than we do, which is to maintain that level of energy and vibrancy in institutes of higher education. And I think the freedom of thought, I mean, the whole academic quest is about, okay, here's an idea, let me see. Maybe it'll lead to something. Maybe it won't. Maybe I'll find this. Maybe I'll find that. It's okay, But let me just be unencumbered and let me, think of possibilities without somebody seeing an agenda in my work or, Achha, why is she working on stunting? Oh, is it, some hidden agenda? Nahi, Baba. Kuch agenda nahi hai. I have some data. I notice a problem. I'm working on it, And I think that all of us most of us, I would say, who analyze using data, Indian problems, I think all with a view to make things better. I don't think the attention of academics, broadly speaking, is to run any country down, right? Like all of us, certainly Indians living in India and Indians living abroad as well who work on India. They're trying to find solutions in their own ways, in different ways. Often they disagree with each other. But as a collective, I think the academic enterprise as a collective is not trying to run down, the country at all. But so I think that universities are and should remain, I mean, in an ideal world, universities are and should remain spaces of free thought, free inquiry, disagreement, debate, healthy. That's what university, I mean, I'm a university child, really, because my entire life I've been associated with some university or the other, first as a child of a professor, then as a teacher myself. So that's the context I know the best.
Do you say this because you worry that is not the case or it is in threat?
I worry, yeah, definitely.
Fair enough. We have like 20 minutes of time left, and you've been very generous with your time so far. And as far as, your work is concerned, I'd just encourage all my listeners to just go out and engage with it directly. I mean, if we start talking about each of those subjects, like 10 घंटे के episode हो जाएंगे, and surely we will meet again and talk again on this show as you've so kindly offered. So a few final questions. When was the last time you went to a mela? Like, what do you enjoy doing in your free time?
सच्ची में मेले में कब गई थी? Well, when I used to go to Rehmatpur, to the village, every Thursday was the हाट बाजार लगता था वहाँ पे. तो we used to go and वो कांच की चूड़ियाँ पहनते थे, and there used to be special stalls, and my grandfather would take very sweetly, would buy. But yeah, I really haven't been to a mela. I wish I had more free time than I do, but my sort of most favorite things to do, one is I love watching movies, so I would love to go on for a movie whenever, always ready. आजकल तो खैर OTT आ गया है, so that's another leisure activity that I do. I go to concerts, not enough. I would like to go to more concerts than I can go to actually. But I listen to Hindustani vocal music is between Hindustani and Carnatic, it's Hindustani. Between vocal and instrumental, it's vocal. This is one of my most favorite genres of music. But I like instrumental as well. So, Hindustani music I really, really enjoy. So I go to concerts whenever I can. Again, less so now than I used to go earlier. Theatre has really gone down since my parents left Delhi. Because earlier with them, because my father would be always going to the theatre, we would just go along with him. I wish I could watch more theatre than I do. Theatre and dance has gone down. I used to watch a lot of dance and theatre. That's gone down. But music, I still sort of try to keep up. Then what? I read not enough again. Not enough time to read. I feel I'm so tired by the evening that 2-3 page पढ़ के I'm trying to sort of dozing off. But I'm trying to read. I picked up a Hindi book after a really long time.
कौन सी?
रेत समाधि. बड़े सालों बाद हिंदी पढ़ रही हूँ. बहुत सालों बाद. And I didn't realize that it's a difficult book to read. It's not written in the usual full sentences type. So I'm little bit reading aloud every now and then, but I'm really enjoying it. It's slow. The going is slow. Marathi reading has more or less come to a standstill, but I'm an optimist. I always think things will change drastically, so I have that on my to-do list. Pata nahi kabhi hoga ki nahi hoga. Otherwise, we travel a lot as a family, and we are fond of, going to places. We go for walks. Yeah, so I value leisure a lot. And now I'm at a stage where I'm lucky enough that I can outsource some of the domestic work, and I have a family that's very supportive. So a lot of the domestic, when we were younger, things were different, but so that does leave me for leisure time. That does leave leisure time. And then when I can, I take music lessons once a week.
Wow.
So, I like cooking.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So cooking is a hobby. So I don't do everyday cooking now, lucky enough to have reached that stage. But I do occasional cooking. I bake a lot. I try different cuisines.
What's your finest dish?
Oh my God, I don't know. You'll have to ask my family. I bake a lot, so
Something baked.
I would say, I think so. Because I do a lot of different cakes and different types of, not a big bread expert, but I would say cakes and pies.
Does baking play into the mathematical mindset? Because, obviously you have the mathematical mindset, or baking में जो लोग stereotype बनाते हैं, right? I cook, but I don't bake, in my case, because baking में everything is precision numbers, इतने minute, ये measure, वो measure, while I just like to kind of play around and mess around. So is there something to that stereotype?
I don't know whether it's first, I don't know whether I have a mathematical mind. And secondly, I don't know whether it's that, but I like the precision of baking. And I think that it forces you to pay attention. Whereas I do a lot of Indian cooking and different types of cooking. Maharashtrian, obviously, and my husband is Bengali. So I try dabble a little bit idhar-udhar in Bengali cuisine as well. And I've learned other states of India as well. But that's, it's like Hindustani Gana, which is andaze se, you sort of develop a raga, you develop a dish. It's kind of, and many people have drawn this analogy between Indian cooking and Indian music. Baking is very precise. It has to be, you have to pay attention much more in baking than you do in Indian cooking. So it appeals to me.
When you look back on your life, what makes you proud?
Oh gosh, hard to answer. I guess none none of it has it's almost turned out the way, because I thought I was going to be a doctor. And so in a way, nothing has turned out I didn't plan too much, to be honest. So things just kept happening. And, it's that I have two Rafi songs that are my motto songs in my life. And one of them is मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया. So it's जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया. So I think that attitude helps one to adjust, to whatever life. I think I like the work that I do. I like the fact that there's a body of work now at this age where I feel like I have begun to understand a little bit some of the problems. I'll still say I'm on the surface, but I think it's nice to feel, okay, now I'm beginning to see a little bit of the jigsaw coming together. So
many more dots. Many more dots than anybody else.
But, that feeling is nice. I'm very proud of my daughter. So, it's nice to see her as an adult and nice to interact with her as an adult. I don't know how much of that is due to me or whether, despite me, she's turned out to be the way she is. But whatever it is, it's just nice to have that. Yeah, I think overall, just fortunate to have been born into the family that I have born into, fortunate to have married into the family that I'm married. So, many, many strokes of luck. Whether all this is to be proud of or not, I don't know. Yeah. Don't know whether I've answered your question. But
when you wake up in the morning, what do you look forward to the most? Like, what brings you just happiness of being in the moment?
Usually a song. So I listen to something in the morning and it can be anything. I'm just very temperamental. I mean, I'm not very consistent about whatever, but I do think of the music I'm going to listen to. Not in a very conscious way, not in the very sort of list-making way, but it's just like... Otherwise, actually, now one has reached a stage where there's lots of chota work that needs to be done, managing projects or some administrative work related to SIDA, this center that is at Ashoka, or some departmental email. So there's a lot of this sort of admin type work, which is not my most favorite, to be honest, but it has to be done. It has to be done. So a volume of email, I wake up, there's a volume of emails to write to. So there is, but I realize that it comes with the, you can't be choosy about this. I mean, you are where you are. And so all this is a part of the territory. But, if I end the day on, okay, I wrote these, these paragraphs, or I finished this part of the paper, or I just even wrote a popular article or whatever, I feel really good about that. So when I get original writing done, those are my best days.
Wonderful. I feel like we have a lot to talk about. I wanted to talk about your husband, for that matter, and how you've influenced each other. I wanted to talk about your Lata Mangeshkar debate with an academic in question, and we'll leave all of that for the next episode, unless you want to talk about any of them briefly and now. But the final question I'll end on, which I ask all my guests, is tell us about, in your case, songs, music, books, films, OTT shows, whatever, stuff that you love, that just mean a lot to you. And they may or may not have anything to do with your work. That's irrelevant. But just what do you feel emotionally close to?
It's a really tough question to answer. Partly because I watch so much that I forget what I watched. But I think in terms of movies that I've watched recently, which really moved me. One was this Marathi film called Disciple, which is made by this Chaitanya Tamane, the same person who made Court. Court also I really, really liked.
Court was a masterpiece. And
I've watched it several times. I recommend it to my students in Economics of Discrimination. Disciple is on Hindustani Music. Beautiful, beautiful film. OTT, we tend to watch a lot of crime thrillers. So very much into murder mysteries and all that. So Line of Duty, for example, is a show that we watched recently. Not all episodes are available here, but in England we watched it. Fabulous show, Line of Duty. I'd missed Downton Abbey completely when it had first come. And I wasn't particularly keen because it was a period drama, etc. And I said, I don't know, who cares about the British aristocracy? But when we started watching it through the pandemic, I realized that that's just the setting, But there's so much more going on in that show. So loved that. Bridgerton, oh my God. Bridgerton season 2 was my Hindi movie lover's delight, People criticize Hindi movies for being suggestive and, Purane Zamane mein they would show two flowers meeting each other and etc. Bridgerton is completely that, by the way, Bridgerton season 2. But, so as I say, we've perfected that art of just the suggestive, but the power of a suggestive romance where very little actually happens and you hold the tension till the end. For years, Hindi movies have been ridiculed for doing this. And Bridgerton has shown the power of, how fabulous that chemistry and that anticipation and the climax can be when that happens. Love Bridgerton. A lot of crime shows, actually. Shetland, Line of Duty. Then the Good Wife, what is the second one? Good Wife and Good...
Not The Good Doctor. I think I'm thinking of Damon Galgut.
Good Wife. And then Christine Baranski stars in the... It's not a sequel to The Good Wife, but a lot of the characters of The Good Wife come into the... That's much more political, actually, by the way. It's sort of anti-Trump and it's a kind of a continuation. I mean, it's the same characters. But
The Good Fight?
Good Fight.
The Good Fight.
So Good Wife and Good Fight, both of which I liked. Then there was this Japanese show, a Japanese BBC collaboration, Hajigiri, that we liked. I'm just randomly trying to remember what I liked. Songs, though, the one big tragedy of this sort of globalized Hindi movie format is that music has gone out of Hindi films.
Yeah.
So Gangubai Kathiawadi was so nice because it had songs, real tragedy. I mean, Hindi film songs used to be such a fabulous genre, but anyway, there's enough of an archive there that one can keep on listening to. So I listen to podcasts on Hindi films as well, but I also listen to just songs.
And can I trouble you to sing something as you did for my
Oh my God,
Twitter
after
followers?
5 hours, 6 hours of talking.
Just something soothing that you like, something that...
So even though Lata, I'm a big fan of Lata Mangeshkar, as you know, I don't sing a lot of her songs because they're very difficult to sing. So the song that I sang there was Asha Bhosle's song. But let me try to sing, oh gosh. छुपा लो यूं दिल में प्यार मेरा कि जैसे मंदिर में लौ दिए की छुपा लो यूं दिल में प्यार मेरा कि जैसे मंदिर में लौ दिए की तुम अपने चरणों में रख लो मुझको तुम्हारे चरणों का फूल हूँ मैं सर झुकाए खड़ी हूँ प्रीतम मैं सर झुकाए खड़ी हूँ प्रीतम कि जैसे मंदिर में लौ दिए की छुपा लो यूं दिल में प्यार मेरा कि जैसे मंदिर में लौ दिए की.
Beautiful. I feel so fortunate.
But if you were going to make me sing, you should have done it at the beginning, not at the end.
Never,
Because my voice is...
I'll remember that for next time. फिर 5 घंटे बस गाना ही चलेगा. I think I should get you and Karthik together because he's also a singer and he
I
loves
haven't heard him
Antakshari.
sing, I should listen to his episodes where he's sung.
The second episode he did with me on healthcare, he kind of sings at the end. And then I made him promise that we'll do an Antakshari next time.
Huh.
But this third time when he came on, he was recovering from COVID.
I
His
heard
throat
that,
was messed up.
Yeah.
So I think we should do an in-person Antakshari at some point in time and, make you both come to my home studio in Bombay and just have a blast. Ashwini, thank you so much. I'm so fortunate and honored that you gave me so much of your time and shared so many of your...
No, thank you. This was wonderful. Thanks a lot for having me again on the show. I enjoy your podcast, as you know. It's been fabulous. Thanks.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Do go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up the books Ashwini has written. You can follow Ashwini on Twitter at ASHW Deshpande. Ash Deshpande. I'll also link it from the show notes. ASHW Deshpande. I'm sure she's trolling us with this Twitter handle because it's just so hard to say. But do follow her. And you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma. AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.